And welcome to Baba Yaga's Dancing Hut, the Witch Hunters. When we last left our heroes, they were falling, an endless fall. In fact, they've been falling for an entire week right now, because that's where I left it, on that cliffhanger. But it's almost like you may be wondering how I got here kind of moment. So we'll jump cut from the falling party to just a quick recap on how they got here. They last left in the Van Ward, which is the front line of the Feywild. Dawn and his allies were fighting fiercely against the Fomorian threat. You guys managed to help Dawn up on his feet. He's looking much better now after a prayer of healing from Varen, soothing all of your wounds and getting you ready for the next leg of this journey. There's a much discussion about where to go, what to do, and the strategies involved. But you finally came to the conclusion that it's best that Dawn and his fighting force stay here, as if they fall back, it'll not only give them room to advance and potentially find the exit to the surface, but also because it's to keep the status quo. So no, they don't suspect anything is going on or changed. However, if they do get overwhelmed, they are to fall back and do a diversion such that they pull them into one of these false tunnels or these these dead ends, and then cause a cave in behind them. At least that way, they can buy more time for you to get round behind the army and cut the head off the snake. You had two different directions you could go with that, and they're not left and right in the Feywild. It's up or down. To go around something, you go above it or below it. You chose to take the high ground, as the unknown is too, well, unknown in the below. There's all kinds of manner of monsters down there. Whereas in the comforts of the high ground, at least you had some light that Varen described, some glittering, dancing lights. And as you went, there are many phenomena that you guys experienced, like your own echoes kind of playing tricks with you in the caves. You could see these strange swirling lights, but only at the edge of your periphery. But when you actually focused and looked at them, they seemed to appear completely still. Eventually, you came to a bridge that spanned across the stalagmite forest. And this was potentially the only way to cross such a perilous journey, unless you had wings. Speaking of wings, up ahead there was some sort of fluttering. You could see these little fireflies were harvesting from flowers that was somehow stuck open, like by some sort of webbing or glue. Either way, it didn't look natural for the plants. And as you kind of undid the webbing, they were relieved to go back into their buds. Then your disruption seemed to upset several of these giant moths with these iridescent wings, claiming that you're disturbing their farm. They also saw that you had a fairy with you, and they despise sprites and fairies. They would kill them just for the sake of it. They're basically they're like the opposite of fairies in a way, such that they don't just steal people's dreams, they forcibly rip nightmares from them and then use them against their enemies. However, you managed to fend these things off. In fact, several of them were plummeted to their death as what was it? You stunned one or earthbinded it? Can't remember how you knocked that one down. What was it? It was something one did to, like
Someone
insta kill it.
I think die and knock one prone.
Yeah, something like that. Either way, yeah, you managed to best these annoying moths and move along with your life. However, the next bridge along, although you guys felt safe after having defeated the threats, there was this other canyon. You started to feel a chill in the air. In fact, we'll just go to that real quick. This chasm had a breeze coming up from it, like a chill air, and these little fireflies seemed to be different than the other ones. They kind of shone with a little blue light. and several of them passed through the bridge itself as well. When one tried to land on Dyer's hand, it passed through your fingertips as well. That was until you got about halfway across the bridge, and suddenly you felt the weight of the firefly on your fingertip. It became physical, and in doing so, it suddenly you felt like gravity just pull you, almost as if the bridge had become an illusion itself. But it was solid a moment ago. You were walking across it. So how could it possibly be an illusion? Right now, you're probably not thinking about that. You're probably thinking about how to save yourselves from dying, as the whole party are now plummeting towards the dark. So, everyone can just tell me what you would like to do, starting from whoever would like to go first. Actually, we won't go in any order because
Quick, everyone, flap your wings. Oh, wait, you don't have any.
I would first like to immediately look down, and I don't know about the physics on this one, but attempt to fire a firebolt in what I believe to be the direction of downwards.
okay, you fire a fireball. It shoots off into the dark, and it illuminates just a slither of this of this depth. And go ahead and roll me a perception check, but do so with disadvantage because it
No
is
problem.
a dizzying spin as your head is like going around and around.
Yeah, I don't even know if I would have the wherewithal to know which way is down, but we'll see. Oh,
It's
that's
that
a
way.
natural one. Fuck. We started off well here.
That's perfect. Because what happens is as you see the fireball fly off into the darkness, it seems to hit something and then it stops the flow of the fireball going any further. Basically meaning it either hit the wall or maybe it hit some sort of thing in the way. Either way, it wasn't enough to light the whole depth.
All right.
That's Ember as an action.
Dia is silently screaming, and she's gonna try to move a little bit closer to the edge, like to the wall.
Yep.
But I don't know if she has really any way of doing that other than just trying to angle herself. She has nothing. Yeah. But also she has slow fall. Does that actually make her fall slower, or does it just reduce the damage when she lands?
No, it does. It reduces your fall speed.
Okay.
In fact, let's just click it into the chat.
Are we still meant to be paused, by the way?
It just says you can use your reaction when you fall to reduce any falling damage, but it doesn't say actually how anyway. So I'm falling a little bit slower. I'm going to try and angle myself towards the wall, but that's about as far as we go.
It doesn't cost you ki or anything, does it?
No, it's a reaction.
Cool. I'll say that you start falling at about 60 foot around, which is considerably slower than what you would normally fall at terminal velocity. So with that, I'll like an acrobatics check as you're able to start to reduce your momentum.
Okay.
Okay.
Ooh,
you're unable to quite angle yourself, but what you do notice is everyone else is falling at a far rapid pace than you are. Grizz is like a rock, and he's just sunk into the dark. Nissa, however, you are able to maintain some form of slow fall as well. Your fairy wings keep you aloft, but the gravity is still pulling you down.
Yeah. So what Nissa is going to try to do is take out an arrow and tie her rope to it and try to fire it at the wall to see if she can create something for the others to grab onto, hopefully.
Okay. Your rope is like a string compared to them, right?
Yeah, I don't know. They climbed up it earlier. Technically, somehow it's a 50-foot hempen rope.
I don't know how on earth you're carrying that when it's literally the size of you, but we'll say it's a hempen rope the size of a fairy.
It's a magical hempen rope. Yeah.
Yeah. But despite that, I'll have you just roll a quick shot with your short bow, and again disadvantage because you are flailing around.
Will I be flailing around as I'm
Oh, okay, yeah, no, you wouldn't. You wouldn't. You're falling with style. But still, the others would be if they were firing an arrow. But you're kind of like fluttering, aim. You do get a good shot into the rock, and it would have been like more of an action to tie the rope and then fire it on the next one. But I'll say, as you've finished doing this whole maneuver, and you've got the rope ready, the others have already plummeted past you at this point. But you've definitely got a, except Daya. Daya has not. They are the only ones who are probably about the same altitude, and they could potentially grab a hold of the rope.
Yep. Grab the rope, Dyer. We can at least save one of you.
Okay. Can I try that?
Yes.
What do I need to do to try that?
I'll say, given that you were
It's
trying to
like,
like move to the wall already, Nissa can quite easily use their movement to hover towards you and grab a hold of you and then pass you the end of the rope. So that's fine. You can do that. No
Okay.
problem.
Thanks.
Meanwhile, Tanner, what are you doing?
What am I doing? I am going to fall, I guess.
That sounds about
I could
alright.
try the rope trick, however, I don't think that's really going to work when I'm a very heavy boy.
You are.
I start flapping.
Flap away.
Oh wait,
as
hang
you
on.
might.
Do I see the ground?
No. You see dark.
Interesting.
Even with your 60-foot dark vision.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to continuously hold my action.
Mm-hmm.
To use the Cape of Montebank.
Okay. Yeah, alright. Holding
And
that.
So as soon as I see the ground, I teleport to the ground.
I see. Okay, well, teleporting, you would still continue momentum, but I will say that if there's something else that looks available for a softer landing, perhaps.
Yeah.
Okay. Ember, back to you, but real quick. Grizz is looking around for something. He's like, hold on, there's something in here. He's looking through the bag of holding. Hold on. Hold. Bag of holding. Get it? Oh wait. Yeah, dying. He looks through and like pulls out the staff and he's like, tries to do the wall. Like, it's not working! And he shoves it back in. He takes a quick sip of some ale in there. And at this point you realize you're still falling together with him, Tanner, and some like good 12 seconds of flying past. You would have hit a bottom by now if it was like a building or anything like that. Whatever this is, it goes deeper than the tallest tower you've ever seen on the surface. Ember. Anything else?
More screaming.
Yeah, he's screaming like the most high pitched, just pathetic. But Chris, this doomsday cookie.
Yes.
Once a creature's predicted, I can't remember what the prediction was of my death.
It wasn't to do with falling.
Okay, that's off the table.
Okay. You could try to light up ahead of you and see what's there again.
Yeah, I tried that once already, and I clearly hit the wall. I don't know how long I've got. How fast am I falling? Do I even know?
It takes about 13 seconds to get to like terminal velocity, I think. So at the end of this turn, you'll be falling like as fast as you could fall.
So, okay, all right.
Yeah.
I'm going to chug the fairy juice that Una gave me. Hopefully.
All right.
Una! I grabbed me out and just started to chug it and see what happens.
Oh my god, I have it written down what the doomsday cookies are. For Tanner and Ember. And Chris, you're a son of a bitch. That was wow.
Oh,
Excuse me.
Wow.
What was it?
That's-
What was it out of interest?
what is it, Sarah Jane?
For Tanner and Ember got the same result, which is great heights bring all who reach them low.
Oh my
Yeah. So,
goodness!
so can I eat my doomsday cookie?
Your cookie,
Look-
you've already eaten the cookie. What that
Yeah.
acts as now is a scroll of revivify.
Right. So if they die, we can revivify.
So
them.
yeah. So in other words, we
Okay.
need to hit the floor first, and then
So-
get revived from.
So
that
I'm gonna
phase.
realizing this.
And you need
Chris,
hey, just die, accept it.
Actually, I'm gonna roll 1d4 here and see what which asshole I'm gonna trust with this task. 3.
I mean, Grizz technically could survive this.
I don't know that.
Good.
He just
Dyer!
has to rage.
Use my cookie! I'll just yell at Daya. Okay, go cast
What?
message and point at Daya, and try to.
It
So that
is
make sure
out
she
of range.
hears.
How long is?
Already?
Yes, you fell 360. You fell 300.
Oh my god! So I don't know if she can hear me. I'm gonna try to
you
yell
get
out,
this long,
Daya, my cookie!
There's
That's
just
all.
a long yelled echo into the distance.
I don't know if she
I
hears it or
can't
not.
believe that. Great heights would bring. Oh wow!
Yeah.
I didn't even. plan for
You didn't do that on purpose?
that.
Because that is pretty that's pretty literal.
Pretty
I was looking at my
much.
doomsday cookie, like maybe this thing can save my life.
I thought it was something about you becoming
Yeah.
Sultan and being. I thought it was metaphorical, but no.
I have
Yeah,
no
so
idea.
did I.
Yeah, it is metaphorical, but I mean, this is quite literal.
Okay. I mean,
And the
everything.
fade art can go either way, right? So
You've said it since the beginning, Derek, that the dancing hut is very literal.
It is
Yeah.
very yeah.
So
yeah.
I'm going to take the literal interpretation of what this item does and yell out at Daya and continue to fall, expecting hopefully that she will revive me when
Okay,
she hits the ground.
I'll do it.
insane. Okay. Don't worry.
What?
Oh, sorry, that was 20. No, ignore that. Ignore that.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, ignore that. Ignore that. What is it there? 3d6. That's what it should be. I just want to look at it. I just want to look at the die. That's all I want to do.
Oh, they
That's not
look like
bad.
dice.
That's
Not bad.
it's about average. Yeah,
That would
that's just above average.
that
on-
would still drop me,
Mhm.
but that's not bad. I
That's
was
half the
expecting
result.
a lot worse.
So okay, but that's not the first. That's not the problem to begin with. The real problem is what you're about to hit into right about now. Can you both make me Constitution saving throws and Grizz as well?
Who's you both?
Ember and Tanner. I
Yeah,
assume.
Okay.
because we're nowhere near you.
And
And
you from it, you smash through something, and it feels solid, but nowhere near solid enough to break your fall.
I don't have my token, so I can't do anything.
Your token's right there.
I don't see anything, so in that case, I'm going to reconnect.
Try dragging another one on.
Am I close enough to Tanner to benefit from
Oh, yeah.
+3?
Yeah.
He might be falling faster than me because he's in metal.
Oh, yeah, it's true.
But once you reach terminal velocity, you begin the same speed.
Yeah, I don't know
Yeah,
the
that's
physics on this one.
Yeah, I'll allow it.
There we
All right,
go.
so
already done
18
that.
then.
So,
Saves.
+3. Okay, that's a success. And Grizz succeeded, and Tanner got
That's
11?
+3. Yep.
so 11. You do fail, however. As you fall, there's something solid, like I mentioned, in the dark. You're only seeing like
I'm
flashes
gonna-
of it.
Sorry, I think I'm going to use my inspiration with this.
Okay.
Let
Go
me just
ahead.
reopen my sheet to make sure I have inspiration. I do, yeah. Yeah, I'm going to use it. Fuck it.
It sounds like a. It sounds like a crack, actually.
that's better.
Come to think of it. Oh, that's a heart. Okay. That actually might save your life as well. So, the cracking sounds like almost like a branch snapping It sounds more like fleshy than that. It sounds like fungus being snapped. And as soon as it does, it also explodes. And it fills the entire cabin with vaporous gas. And roll some poison damage.
Oh no.
I'll do it.
That's not too
18
bad.
points of poison. That's not.
Damn it, Tanner. Stop rolling damage.
You've all passed, however, so you do take half of that. So it's just 9.
Yep, for
Yep.
all 3 of you.
Can you get
What
a
about-
grab on
what-
me, please?
I'm gonna say this. What about the wolf?
I only see one of you. This is the real you. The one I'm moving is the only one I can see. So it
Interesting.
must be a visual bug. It's alright though, don't worry, we'll move to another map in a second. For now, you do take
It's
9,
8 roll.
9. Okay.
yeah, 9 points of poison, and you're not poisoned.
Gotcha.
Because that would have been a nasty, nasty effect. You have no idea what kind of fungi you just fell through. It wasn't heavy enough to break your fall, and it wasn't toxic enough to infect your lungs. Perhaps you're falling so fast, it's not a big deal. But you do fall through several of these as well. And I'm not going to do one for each mushroom, that would just kill her. But you do feel like it's like big puffballs exploding constantly. And you can probably see this vapor rising up to you guys as well, Daya and Nissa. You can't tell what kind of poison it might be. You just see a cloud coming up.
Alright,
And it's billowing.
I cover my face with what part of my headscarf.
Okay.
Oh, that doesn't look good.
No, it's only
Don't breathe it in.
Fungo-
This looks bad. It's
Yeah,
gross.
Nissa's going to, I guess. Oh no, I don't even know if Nissa has anything that I could do in this situation for poisonous gas.
it's not reached you yet, but it is coming towards you. And it,
Come
Uh,
here. I
Both
can
of
shelter
you-
you in my cloak. Come on.
yeah, I'll just hide in the cloak.
Yeah.
okay.
Do
You
you
can
know
also
who I
make
feel?
me perception checks.
Yeah. Nissa's like, do you know who I feel sorry for at this moment? The wolf.
That.
Oh no.
Oh,
Right.
no.
You son of a bitch!
Whilst he's rooting through the bag of holding, he's like, screw it! Quick, get in here!
Yeah, that wolf's gonna die, man.
Who's got the potion of shrinking, like diminutive? Is that Daya?
It might be me.
Yeah, okay. might be handy.
No, Grizz has the potion of diminutive.
Does he?
I've got healing potions and a potion of psychic damage resistance.
Okay. I'm
But
sorry to
Grizz
do
has
this, pain. I'm sorry. Drink this. And you see the wolf is coughing and choking like and he gives the potion to Kane, shrinking him into a small puppy, and he stuffs him inside the bag of holding.
Oh.
There, you'll be safe
Uh-oh.
for 10 minutes. Okay, that's might just save his life. That's all I can do. Ah! He rages. Uh, then, yeah, he is definitely raging as he's kind of falling through the poison. But he does take, then he takes 9. And, right, next obstacle. Yeah, we keep going. There are more branches and vegetation down here. And though you're feeling like you're snapping through them, you're going so fast you might not be able to grab onto them. But perhaps you could steady your fall and maybe reorientate yourself. So you can decide whether to try to grab onto them or try to like dodge through them. What would you do? You can feel branches and twigs and all kinds.
I'd like to utilize the shield to my advantage on this one. And I'm gonna try and like
Off at them.
almost use the
Cloud.
shield to catch my fall as I hit the branches. So
Oh, I see. Yeah.
it almost like slows me down just as I'm about to hit the branch, and
God.
yeah, allows me to effectively straighten myself out.
Okay, roll me an acrobatics check for this. Because falling through the air.
Is it?
And Ember, what will you be doing as well?
I'm going to attempt to fire another firebolt in what I believe to be the direction of downwards.
Okay,
Right.
gotcha.
It's
You
very
can
hard
fire
to.
with disadvantage.
So I cast a spell with disadvantage.
Yeah,
Okay. What was it? Control you click on to do that? Control.
yeah.
Cool.
Ooh, Ember, okay, you blast the branches away in front of you,
Oh, there's
and
branches.
several of them are just ignited as well. And in that moment, you can see a clearer path ahead of you. There is actually a rocky crag all the way down the bottom, and you see your firebolt fly faster than you and hit the bottom. It
Oh,
is
this is gonna be disgusting.
a solid rock, although
Do
as
I?
it hits,
Get-
you also hear a kind of a stuttering sound. It almost hears like, and you hear like extinguish. Almost like there's something down here that's not solid rock, but it didn't like feel like water.
We're losing you, Chris.
No.
Chris, you there?
Yes.
Sorry, you cut out a bit there. Do you hear me?
Okay. My bad. Yeah, I'm here. Okay. Yeah, it sounded solid, but it not solid enough that you would like splash into it.
Okay, so when I saw briefly that impact of the firebolt, did it look like solid rocky surface? As in, like, if I hit it, I'm going to be smashed into pieces. Like I'm going to be unable to
Yeah.
be put back together again, kind of thing. So revivify is probably out of the question.
Well, it sounded like a sizzle, like it hit something thick and wet, but not like water. Otherwise, it would have splashed. If anything, your best guess is it went into like mud.
All right, I'm gonna have to wait a bit longer until I
Okay.
get closer, and maybe
Mug.
next. Do I figure in the next 6 seconds I'm going to be impacting this surface, or do I
Not
think I have a bit?
not the next 6 seconds. No,
Okay.
you fired that
All right.
away. Well, quite far, but still.
All right,
I
I'll
think
chill for now while screaming and yelling.
Okay.
Cookies, cookies, cookies!
I just need to do some piercing damage for these terrible, horrible thorns. Because effectively, you just went through a wall of thorns. And, oh, good lord. Okay. Tana, you're taking 36 points of piercing damage as you get torn to shreds through this. The firebolt, I will say, because you hit it, I'll say you can take half of that ember as you blasted like a hole through several of them. So you take 15 plus 3, 18 points piercing damage. And Grizz is raging, so I'll just take him to minus. Was it 15, 18? Yeah, okay. More than 80. Crap, what was he on? 70. Minus 18. There we go, alright.
We're gonna have no health.
Okay,
if we can
however,
survive.
during this, as the branches are being snapped, Ember, I'd like you to roll a D100.
Gosh. 92.
Okay. Give me 1 second. I gotta bring it up. The because you're drinking the water, aren't you? At least
I
you
was
said you did on the first
going
time.
to, and then, well, I mean, if I said it and I committed to it, then I was going to, and then I was at the same time investigating the cookie situation. But you know what? I will drink the water. Let's see what happens. Maybe it'll be something cool.
I
At
thought
this
you
I
were.
will
point, it
drink
can't
the berry
hurt, right?
juice from Una.
Yeah.
Can't
Well,
hurt.
it
Yeah.
could. You could do fireball targeting yourself.
That's true.
Yeah, that is possible. But
Okay.
yeah, we'll say I drank the water because I said it, Grizz. Let's be fair. I said it.
Yeah, I assumed you were. That's what this was for, because it's finally in your system,
Okay.
even though you're screaming whilst drinking. It's like, It's like,
Spilling it all over the place. Yeah.
92, did you say?
Yes, 92.
Oh, well, that's high. Okay. It is. Oh, no, it's no use. But it does create a radius. Okay, that's interesting. So you suddenly start seeing all the poisonous, vaporous clouds above you in aura of magic. You've definitely done some sort of like magical detection spell. However, it also pulses out.
Okay.
And Tana and Grizz see this happening as well. There's this explosion of energy, but not one that damages or anything. It's more like a sonar, sort of emitting a wave. And as it reverberates off the walls, you see some of the branches suddenly twitch and twinge, like tinge around. They swirl and sort of spiral at the magic that you've just released from this. And it's magic that is straight from the Grove of Una, straight from Glen Alendra.
Okay.
And suddenly the branches extend outwards, not from some sort of magical growth, but rather it looks like they've animated and they're pushing themselves through the walls.
Ah! The branches!
They don't seem to be hostile. They seem to be trying to catch you.
They just pricked my ass for tons of damage.
Yeah, they did. You suddenly
Okay.
like awoken them, and
Alright.
as they reach towards you, they split. One branch turns to two. Those two branches turn to 4, 8, and they keep multiplying, trying to form like a net all the way around you guys.
Oh wow.
It's
Ooh.
as if you're leaving like a message, like you've almost like sent a message to them through the magic of Una. But that's not gonna save you immediately. I will want one last, probably an acrobatics check to see if you can catch yourselves in these nets of branches.
Mm.
And that's from all the people falling.
It's at this
Alright.
point where I'll use the Cape of Montebang to try and put myself at somewhat of the base of the branch. So I have kind of more of a chance to go with gravity, but more of a chance of holding on.
Okay. I'll give you advantage on the acrobatics check.
Say 12
A
for
12.
me. For
okay.
me.
Oh, ignore
And
that. Good old 13.
13. Okay. And then finally Grizz. Okay,
Nice,
Grizz is good.
Grizz.
Nice. All right. Grizz manages to latch onto them, big muscly arms, spreads himself out. He's not in full plate, so he's kind of getting a little bit cut by the thorns and such, but he does land in the web of branches. Tanner and Ember.
Sorry, web?
Yeah, not a I come later. Sorry.
Oh.
So, 12 and a 13. I was looking for a little bit higher, to be perfectly honest, falling at terminal velocity.
No problem. Smash.
Oh, the Cape of
It
Montebang?
does, however, do this. It does something that is unexpected. It will say that you land into them, but this is what happens next. Grizz lands and grips onto it. You two land in it, and then bounce out of it. And then you go flying again, but it does send you flying. As you shout that, all of the branches reach out, almost like a hand, trying to reach towards you and grab you, but you have already launched away and bounced from the trampoline of branches. However, Ember, Tanner, you fly through what looks to be a hole in one of the walls, like a cavern, and you can hear running water, and you both get splashed as you pass through a waterfall. And for a moment, Ember is freezing cold, and it's horrible because you're afraid of that.
Okay, at this point, I start grabbing for my.
Okay.
This is-
You are falling with the waterfall, and you can tell around you there are these crystals glowing with light, illuminating what seems to be a massive underground river, and you've bounced towards it.
All right. What's
Um,
happening with Daya and Nissa?
Let's go. Well, let's go back to those, and actually, it's a good shout.
Yeah.
Daya, Nissa, a massive cloud of poisonous vapors are rising up the cavern. However, you rolled a perception check earlier. What did you get on those perceptions?
Ooh, I didn't actually.
I got a 13.
Okay. And I got
Let's see.
12. Okay. You're looking around at the cavern wall, perhaps looking for an escape, anything like that. You've grabbed onto the rope, and it has actually stopped your descent. Though the cloud is coming up, and you would either you're unlikely to climb it or outrun it.
Yeah. I
Um,
think like what Daya's gonna do is just cover Nissa's head and cover her own head just in fabric and kind of turn her head into her shoulder and just say, try not to breathe it in and hope that the cloud will sort of go up and pass them by. And if they don't breathe in while it's passing,
okay.
maybe it'll be okay.
I'd like you both to make con saves with advantage.
Okay. Just hold your breath.
Oh no, the one save that I'm really bad at.
Natural 20.
Good stuff,
And
guys. Look at
those are
that.
20 total.
really
Oof.
good. Really good passes. Okay. You only take 14 points of poison damage as the poisonous vapors do somehow get through the material. It's not completely stopping it, but it has done enough to perhaps inhaling a full breath of it.
Mm-hmm.
As it rises, you start to see a swirl in the vapor, as if it's being pushed by a small breeze, or maybe it's exiting through a vent, and it pushes through one of these small potholes in the wall that look to just be perhaps like an indent, but you can see the vapor visibly disappearing into it.
Hmm.
It is
Like
venting,
it's being sucked in or it's being blown away.
yeah, being sucked in.
Like it's being sucked in or pushed away from the vent.
Um,
Sucked in.
Sucked
Okay.
into the
Interesting.
vent.
one of them sucking in,
Nissa,
and
what is
then
that?
you would also see there would be there's another hole where that you can feel that cold breeze I mentioned really early on. There's a really cold breeze coming through another hole, and that's pushing the gas away. But you didn't see it in time, but now the vapors have kind of given it away. What is a hole and what is a tunnel?
Looks like there's a tunnel at least. Do we go that way, do you think, or do we try to? I mean, I could climb down to the others, assuming they're still.
I
Well,
think if I'm not falling, I should be able to just climb slowly down the mountain. But
You could.
should I wait in the tunnel for you and you can fly down and see if they're okay? Or should we go together? I don't know.
well,
We should probably stick together.
Nissa
Okay.
considers that. Nissa's considering this and goes, as much as I'm worried about them, the
5 minutes.
mission to some extent does have to come first. I think.
Sorry guys, I have to go for 5 minutes, but I will be back right.
Okay. So on the subject of trying to climb down, your vision is blocked by the vapors. Like further down, you can still see its thick green gas, but
It's gonna be a while.
it's also going to take ages to vent. If you were to climb through that, you'd be taking it every round you climbed down.
Yeah, I think possibly our only option is to go into that tunnel, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And that would be sort of what Nissa would be saying, like, whilst I know they're your friends and I hope they're okay, and I really do, we need to get somewhere safe ourselves, and climbing down through that is not smart. If the worst has happened and they are gone, then us dying as well isn't going to help anyone. We still have a job to do.
I think. Well, I think she would agree with that, and not want to take the poison damage. Yeah, I would say so. Pretty practical. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
So Nissa, you escape the tumultuous vapors and head down this rather chilly tunnel towards a different path.
Would I have been able to grab my rope and my arrow because I have like the climb speed to
Yes.
be able to hold on to the
Yes,
wall?
you can.
Yeah.
And the immediate thing you notice is this tunnel ascend. It goes back up. Okay.
I wish I had a burrow speed.
Yeah. I'll wait for Di to get back. So in the meantime, Ember, Tanner, we're going to drag you to the underground.
Oh, Tanner, help me! Grizz!
Okay.
What is this?
So, Tanner, Ember, you are descending down, and you look like, as I've mentioned, you've come through a waterfall, and you're being pushed down in that direction towards said waterfall. And I should disable the vision on this. You don't need it. Get rid of that. There we go. But below you, you can see the kind of frothy foam of lapping waves, and it is a flowing river, fast flowing. But nonetheless, it's a softer landing than it is if you were to smash into rocks. You didn't fail that acrobatics check, but neither did you pass in flying colors either. So you've got this obstacle ahead of you. Do you do anything before the fall, or are you going to try and just dive in?
It just looks like water. I guess it's way too difficult to see if it's shallow or deep, right? Possible.
Time for a swan dive.
I've done this before. It's very interesting.
The only thing you can tell is the walls either side of this river go incredibly tall. So you can only assume that it's as deep as it is tall, and that this hopefully isn't just the very bottom.
Alright, I'm going to, as a last ditch effort, assuming that we're going to survive hitting the water, I'm going to use my final level 2 spell slot. I'm going to convert it to, maybe I should do this different. Oh, spider climb, shit. So this lands, one willing creature gains the ability to, I can't touch him! Has to be touched. Okay, then that makes my decision. Okay, I will convert my second level spell slot into 2 sorcery points. Oh, I can't twin cast haste. It requires. Shit. Tanner. Tanner! I'll still convert my final level spell slot into 2 sorcery points so I can bend luck. Tanner! The cookie! Please, save me! Help me, Tanner! And I will cast haste on Tanner, and I will roll 1d100 because I'm prime.
Okay.
So that does first.
Oh man.
Now I'm hasty, so I fall double the speed of terminal velocity.
No, but you can flap your arms twice as fast.
Druid.
Next minute, all your spells with a spell casting time of 1 action have a spell casting time of a bonus action.
Oh, that's
you
pretty
basically
cool.
gain spell haste.
So I can shoot I can double cast cantrips. That's cool.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. So Tanner's hasted, and I'm falling to death. And I yell bullshit about cookies to him, which he might understand or he might not.
So, this next thing that happens, you guys plummet at terminal velocity into freezing cold water. The terminal velocity means that even if it is water, you guys are going at such a speed that it's likely going to either kill you or cause some serious damage. Right before the water hits, you feel it feels like a a full force system shock through your body as you impact it. And I'm gonna roll.
By any
The full
chance,
damage?
could I say, as I'm about to hit the water, the shield goes in first to try and break up the water, so I'm not literally hitting flat on like a
Yeah.
still surface?
Yeah, you could. Yeah, the shield definitely impacts first, and at least breaks the water tension. And for that, I'm gonna say you take half of this. 20d6. Full damage, isn't it?
Yeah.
It maxes out there. It maxes.
That's all at once. Oh god.
69.
Nice.
Doesn't.
Sorry.
So, Tanner, given the fact that your animated shield goes ahead of you, it breaks the water tension, and you aren't hitting concrete, but it is such a hard slap, even in your plate mail. So you take 35 points of
And that's Tanner out.
you fall
And Ember
unconscious.
out.
And Ember, how much health were you on? Yeah, you were on like 20 or so?
20 something left. 21 left I had.
Okay, that's fine then. You're alright.
Well, I'm dead. I'm
You are
unconscious.
unconscious in
Yeah,
freezing cold water, which is one of the worst. Shortly after that, splash. Grizz, after having broken his fall, has been given a little ferry with the branches, and he pushed himself off the branches and dove in after you. He is catching up to you, swimming against the tide as you guys begin to be swept away. And where is Dyer? Where is
To be fair, Derek, it's
Yeah.
kind of good you didn't haste Grizz, because otherwise he'd be lethargic when he hit the
Oh,
water.
right. Yeah, totally. Because I fell unconscious. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not concentrating. You're right.
I'm signed in as Tanner right now.
what?
It seems
That's
like
that's
everyone
that's
is.
twice. That's
That's
twice this game where I've switched to.
Oh, that's not
Because
signed
you're
in.
highlighting another token.
The reason is because you haven't. This is you on this map. You don't have any other tokens.
I'm not on the map. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
so it's
Fine.
giving you Tanners, and that's just so you can see what's happening and everything.
Okay.
Because he's raging, he has advantage on this, so he actually gets a 24 and powers through the water to get to you guys, and he grabs a hold of both of you under each arm, swimming with all the full might of a raging barbarian, and he watches as he goes past many sites in the Feydark, because this river going to take him places. In fact, we'll come back to what Grizz sees on his underwater journey. We want to go to Dyer and Nissa. For now, you guys are left in the hands of Grizz. Meanwhile, you follow this small cold tunnel. If you had stayed, you would have been taking that vaporous poisonous damage every turn. You climbed through and you found yourself ascending in the tunnel, and it goes on for quite a while. This place gets colder and colder. You eventually emerge. And let me just go to the map real quick and see where we are. Okay, so we are miles away. All right. Where's the fog? Reveal. Okay, Nissa, you're here?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Just checking.
Oh.
Yeah. Go through a freezing cold tunnel, and you must be in a lower part of the Underdark. I know that sounds weird, but what I mean when I say lower is in more south area,
Yeah.
not deeper. You're actually, what you feel like is you've ascended as much as you had fallen, you feel. And as you kind of emerge out into the open, you see there are glowing blue mushroom lighting up this cavernous expanse before you. In fact, you start to remember what those blue mushrooms indicate. Judging from where you are after the Black White Forest, you would know where you are on the map.
Okay. Do I know?
You're near the abandoned Drow outpost.
Oh no. Oh dear. I didn't think we'd end up coming this way, but it looks like we might be going to visit the abandoned Drow outpost after all. Let's just hope it's truly abandoned.
Do you know what that means, Nessa? Because this is all kind of new to me.
Well, I assume you know what a Drow is.
Yes, but I've never met them actually in their own territory.
What's the best way to put that?
Don't worry about being diplomatic. I think.
Also, don't bother trying to be sneaky. They'll probably see or hear you coming regardless.
Okay.
And if it gets a bit too quiet, we're probably already dead.
Okay. Super. That's good to know.
But it is meant to be abandoned, so we're probably just going to run into some Fomorians.
In which case, run, right? That's the plan we're running?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Oh yeah.
Cool,
Yeah,
cool.
neither of us are in a state to fight.
Well then, shall we proceed?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. At the moment, you're working your way through natural cavernous tunnels, and you can adjust the volume if you need. But for now, it feels like you're in a one-way route. For now, though, I would like everyone to just give me a perception check, or even survival if you prefer that. Just go ahead and. Do you want to do survivalness?
Yeah.
Nice.
That's
Okay.
a 19 in a perception, and I'm going to be using my quarterstaff as like a blind walking stick just to feel for any other places where the floor isn't there.
Okay. You're very steady-footed, and you make sure you're not stepping into any traps. And just as you think about that, you realize there are some traps, and there are nasty ones. But they don't look like they're drow design. They look more rough and brutish in nature. There's like what would I say? Something like a large iron grate with spikes attached to it, and it seems to be hung onto the ceiling. And for something to lift something with that weight up that high, that must have been impressive because it's about 20 foot high.
Yeah.
And it's attached by chains. It's kind of hidden in the dark, but you can also see that chain is attached to a tripwire ahead of you.
Yeah. Does that seem something that the Fomorians traditionally would be smart enough to come up with?
Traditionally, no. But
with their
you can
enhanced
reckon there'd
intelligence,
be-
maybe.
yeah. You would definitely see some sort of like big, heavy traps being made, but the addition of a tripwire is way more intelligent. This isn't just crude. This is an intelligent, crude trap. If that makes sense.
Yeah. The mushrooms themselves, are they providing like enough light for Dyer to see? Because I don't think Dyer has, or does Dyer have dark vision?
I do have dark vision, yeah, as a as an elf.
They
But I think it's only 60 feet of dark vision.
Yeah. Same.
Yeah.
Don't
So
worry
it's better
though.
than nothing.
Your 60-foot dark vision is enough to see ahead of you because
Okay.
the cavern turns about every 30 or 40 feet.
Mm-hmm.
And so you're keeping an eye on every little corner and nook and cranny.
Yeah.
Also, that survival check, you would guess now, you're realizing if the grid have fallen below you, and you're up here. You can keep it to yourself, or you can tell Daya, but this is where they've fallen. I just revealed it.
Daya,
Yes.
how... I've only seen your friends fight against Fomorians, and they did pretty well, but they were pretty battered. How do you feel they would do with something like a Hydra?
Well, we have fought a Hydra before.
Oh, excellent! They've got experience. Then they should be fine.
Yeah, I mean, there were, 4 of us fighting at the time, but we did manage to do it. So hopefully they will remember what the trick was. And I mean, they're both pretty good fighters. Do you think they would run into a Hydra wherever it is that they've landed?
Well, if I'm right in my estimations of where we are and where they fell, then yeah, I'm pretty sure they're near the Hydra's lair. They might get
Cool.
lucky and
Yep.
not run into it, or maybe it's not there anymore. It's been a while, but
It has. It's been a long time.
Do Hydras survive in abandoned places with no prey, or do you know?
that's a good question. Can I roll to see if I would know that? Because I
Yeah.
don't actually know that out of character.
Go ahead, roll a nature check. This is to do with like the ecosystem of the Feydark, who's on top of the food chain.
Yep, they don't count as any of my favourite enemies, unfortunately, so no advantage. A 7.
Unsure. It has been an incredibly long time. It's one of those old dusty maps that says there be dragons or he be dragons, right? This is a classic location of a Hydra, but that tale has fallen into legend. Maybe the Hydra found a mate and had more Hydras.
Mm-hmm. Maybe it's moved on to greener pastures, so to speak.
Possibly.
You
Maybe
know.
they opened up a flower shop.
Yeah, it's left the adventuring life and has gone to be an insurance salesman to provide some security for the next generation.
But there's something worse than it still being there, and that crosses your mind with a 7, and that is that something bigger than a Hydra came along
Oh dear.
and
Yeah.
killed it.
Yeah.
And take it, has
Yeah.
taken its own.
This is technically like older version D&D lore, so I don't know if they would exist, but because Nissa has a favorite enemy of aberrations, are brain stealer dragons a thing? Because a brain stealer Hydra sounds terrifying.
They've not yet been stat blocked, so no.
Yeah. Well, wait till my Underdark campaign.
Yeah.
I mean, what?
Just as you're having this discussion, you see there are massive footprints in the ground, huge ones, tracks, with your survival check.
Humanoid?
Yeah, humanoid. And with your experience of tracking these before, it's 100% Fomorian tracks. And
Are they fresh?
they're fresh, yes. And there's a small set of hoof tracks as well. When I say small, I mean regular sized, but they just look small compared to the tracks of the Fomorians.
That's
One
unusual.
set.
Yeah, I don't like that at all.
Yeah. I mean, right, so about my thing of let's not worry about stealth. That was if they were going to be drow, but now that it's most likely to be Fomorians, I think back on the stealth train.
Yep, okay.
Unfortunately, I can't help with this one. I'm all out of magic for the day.
Okay, I don't have anything that can give anyone else stealth. I don't have any pass without a trace or anything like that. So just go invisible or whatever, and I will use my Mask of the Feywild, and I can hide behind unhideable things.
Yep. I mean, I just appear invisible. If anyone needs dark vision to see me, I'm just like, you can't see me.
So, Nissa, do we have a plan? Like, are we just gonna try and sneak down to fetch the others, or is that kind of?
I think our best move is to move forward and try to get to, well, probably, to be honest, everywhere around here is dangerous, but a place where hopefully the two paths meet and we just hope they're there.
Okay. Yep, that works for me. And I think unless you have any reason not to, I think if we can sneak and just be completely invisible until we reach the others, that might be the best idea, because I don't know if you and I together would be able to fight a Fomorian or a Hydra or a drow or what have you.
Yeah. Stealth is our friend.
Yes. Okay. Excellent. Good. Just checking we're on the same page here.
And just as you are discussing this, Nissa, you're looking on the ground, keeping track. Nissa, Daya, you're keeping your eyes forward and around the corners. And just as you edge around the next corner, you see there is a sigil embedded in the rock. And it's a circular one with a symbol in the middle.
Do we recognize the symbol?
Roll me a history check.
History.
If you point it out to Nissa, you can also roll as well.
I guess I'll roll. I'm not very good at history, but let's see. Wow.
Natural 20.
I'll do it.
Natural 20, yep.
You've done your research. It's part of the reason why you remember there being a abandoned drow outpost here, because you know the whole history of how it got taken over and how the story of the House Benair, their ascension, their rise and fall, was dated many, many years ago. The only records, however, were ones scavenged and taken when everyone was fleeing, because who took them over was, of course, none other than the Fomorians themselves, when their empire suddenly went pure evil after their curse took hold. The drow haven't been here for centuries. And there's not a living drow now known amongst the Underdark.
Did you say veneer, or did you say it's spelled like that?
Yeah, exactly. Bainray, I think it's actually pronounced.
Oh God.
Bainray. They haven't been around for ages.
But they were the #1 drow house for centuries.
They occupied the highest tier of drow society, and of course they made their homes amongst the highest of places in the Feydark. You're definitely back on the high road. And of course they would have also had the largest of cathedrals to Lolth. They of course worshipped the Spider Queen.
Oh, of course they do.
Now you're glad you fell, aren't you?
Yeah.
Well, just wait till you run into the Spydra.
Oh, that sounds fun.
Spydra. James, you're really bringing it today, buddy.
That's not a thing. I'm almost certain that's not a thing. It should be a thing, but I'm pretty sure it's not a thing.
I was trying to work out if you were joking or not.
I'm fairly certain that's not a thing.
With that history check, you remember that talking about the records that fled, the only reason people made it out alive was because of a secret back entrance into the outpost that some of the elves fled.
So we can use that entrance. We can use what they use as an exit as an entrance potentially, and this might be where it is, and that's what the symbol is.
Exactly.
Well, that at least gives us a potential safe spot to hide because it's probably too small for the Fomorians.
It is so dark down here. Some of these mushrooms, the ones that had that blue glow, they've kind of all gone out. Like something's trampled them, or maybe they're just dead.
Oh god, that flickering is horrible.
There's a flicker.
Yeah, for some reason the entire map is just flickering, like my vision is going in and out of. I'm just going to refresh just in case that's just me.
Yeah, do that.
I had to refresh as well.
Yeah, I
Okay.
also...
Something
Okay,
about the
that's
map
better.
caused an error.
So I was fiddling with your visions when you jumped onto this map because I realized that I was emitting 60 foot of dark vision for some reason. So not emitting, like emitting light, not dark vision. Hopefully that refresh fixes it.
Yeah, it did.
Did
Okay,
for me, yeah. Yeah, I'm good.
Cool, cool. If you want to figure out what these mushrooms died of, you can roll a nature check.
I can try. And this is one of the few times I wish I had the favorite terrain feature.
It's going to be pretty low DC. Okay. Yeah, they're not dead. You actually look at them and you can feel a very hard, solid surface to them. The reason why you couldn't quite tell if they were healthy or not, being that you've got dark vision, the blue glow, without the blue glow, they just look grey with your dark vision. And as you go up to them, they're solid as a rock. They are all kind of stony in texture.
Yeah.
They're not dead. They're just rock mushrooms. But they look exactly like the ones that were blue and glowing earlier.
Well, that's not good.
But you're on the map now. Feel free to move if you at your own pace. And as you said, I'd like a stealth check from both of you, as you're both, as you said, going stealth.
I think Daya may have actually gone. I'm not sure.
Okay. That's fine. We will jump back to the others if that's the case.
I rolled mine.
She bounced. Okay, perfect. All right, well, we'll keep that number in mind. Okay, 23. I'll just put it somewhere out over here. There we go. And as you find these strange petrified mushrooms, we're going to jump back to the others. So. Oh, man. Meanwhile, paddling along, Ember and Grizz and Tanner are still swimming through this endless river. It feels like it's gone on forever. Grizz has just observed strange fungi, and there's like lily pads and strange creatures as continue like pushes forward, but it's too high for anything to climb at this point. The ridge is like some 80 foot up from him, and with the flow of the water, he's still kind of getting carried along it. He passes through another cavern where these large glowing crystals illuminate the way, and there's just this kind of maze, labyrinth of tunnels that go off into different directions. And as he comes around one of the bends, another waterfall up ahead. Chris is like, probably pulling out the scrolls at this point. He wouldn't have just had you guys die and bleed out. He's looking for the the cookies, and I think at this point would have also stabilized you at 100%. He's got potions, Let's have a look. I'm just checking what he's got. Checking what he's got. Hmm. I'm sure he had a potion in it. I can't see potions.
Nice.
So in this particular instance, he's just doing his best to fix you up on the spot. So Ember, you're stabilized because I rolled that one for you first, and with the natural 20, Tanner, he gets you back up on 1, just because he is somehow breathed life back into you.
Nice.
The kiss of life. And just as you're coming to, what you see around you is another waterfall, like rapids, and he's like, "Oh, you're finally awake. Brace yourself."
I'm going to bring up my animated shield as it all of a sudden comes to life when I gain consciousness. I'm just going to use it like a raft.
Perfect. All right, cool. You do that. I can carry Ember above the water so it doesn't drown.
Perfect.
Um,
Thank you.
okay. We made it. And as he says that, you suddenly go down another rapid. This one wasn't as deep as that waterfall previously, but it does go into another river that is flowing in a different direction, perpendicular. And you flow underneath a bridge. One side of it is filled with these glowing white crystals. The other side is burning with a heat. You can even see a glow of like veins of magma. And as you fly under the bridge, you see there is chains attached to these large draconic statues, and even they seem to be like dribbling magma from them. What is this place?
I don't know.
Where are we?
Wow, that looks so cool though.
Where you go.
Really, that kind of does.
That looks so cool.
Also, the creepy door. There is a massive set of double doors, in made out of stone, or perhaps built out of the stone. In the distance, it's open just a crack, enough to give off this strange, eerie light from within it. Oh, I like it. And then, oh, watch out! And he brings out an axe, like slices out one of these stalactites, just in time.
Thank you.
You guys continue through this, the rapids, the waters keep pushing you forward, and into another area entirely. As you leave the strange, weird world behind you, whatever denizens live down here, they've obviously lived for centuries to have built a place like that. And and on your left, we'll see a gateway to hell, and on your right, it's almost like there's a tour. But this one seems like the water is calming down. There's no more heavy waves, and you start to see lower platforms where you might be able to potentially grab onto. There's a small little tunnel up ahead, kind of goes around in a curve. But at this point, there are some shallower waters and ledges that you could lift yourself up to. It's up to you if you want to do that. But the water's much more calm.
Yeah, I
So you
think
could-
I'll grab onto the ledge.
Okay, just before the little tunnel, you grab a hold of it. There's a solid crystal that acts as an anchor.
Perfect.
Grizz catches on the other side. He's still holding on to Ember. You get up first.
Yeah, I'll get up and then I'll assist.
All right. You. He throws Ember to you. His body like crumbles like a rag doll onto the side, but you catch it and hoist him up onto solid ground finally.
Is he?
His flame has
He's
gone
stable,
out.
isn't he?
He is, but his flame is like barely visible. It's like almost gone out.
Gotcha. Yeah. I'm. Oh, do I have anything? Bear with me. Look at my character sheet. I do, yes. So I'm going to pump a cure wounds into Ember.
I thought the fall was the worst part, but those damn vaporous clouds. Thankfully, Kane's in here, and he's able to breathe. Oh wait.
Oh, there! Thank you. Oh, the cookies! The cookies! Oh, goodness!
That one's gone into me.
What?
You're alive.
Oh, oh my! Oh, I'm all wet. What? Oh, the cookies! I knew the cookies. Oh, the cookies!
Oh, that was horrible.
I did find your cookie, but you were actually like you somehow survived the fall.
No, no, Tanner used the cookies, Chris. Tanner saved us, Chris.
Not exactly. I wouldn't put it all down to me. In fact, I'd say that Grizz saved us.
No, Grizz is a fool.
The trees saved us, if anyone. Did you see the
Rothlob?
root?
Relkath?
I'll just
Might
kind
have
of
been.
like, I'll just pat him on the shoulder and say, "Sure thing, bud. Thank you."
Doesn't seem to want to take credit, but maybe he's also legit believing that.
Oh
Did
no,
save you
I well and truly believe that Grizz believes
No,
that the tree saved us.
maybe, yeah, Relkath told us. I did see the branches, but the branches hurt me. They didn't help me. They poked me.
At first,
Impaled
yeah,
me.
but then you somehow pulsed like it felt like an archway was just booming from your brain.
I got nervous. I drank the drink that we got. The Queen Una's brew. I don't know what it did. It didn't seem to do much of anything. It made me feel like really quick, actually. I'll fire 2 firebolts, and it's been more than a minute. Never mind. But that faded quickly as I trusted Tanner with bringing me back those fortune cookies.
Once again, it wasn't me. I haven't got your cookie.
Okay, well.
Grizz shows them to you, and they're the little slips. And he says, "You mean these? Still got them. A little bit wet though. Want to dry it off."
Okay, good, Grizz. Just give one of those to Tanner. He's my guardian angel.
I'll give you
Protector.
Ember's one.
Okay.
Good.
And I'll put it into my bag.
And Grizz holds on to Tanner's one.
It came to mind. We have Tyro's staff, don't we? Can put that to use. Probably should have had that out and ready when we fell down that hole.
Which one do you
I
mean?
tried. It didn't work. He pulls it out
The
and
one
shows
that
it to
makes the
everyone.
rules?
The Castellan staff. Yeah, the keeper staff.
Yes,
The janitor staff.
that would have been useful.
Yeah,
Oh,
I might hang on to that one for now, and just in case in the future. Plus, this staff of mine, I really just, it doesn't befit somebody of my stature. I think I'd be much better off with something as majestic as that, even though I would not be able to make use of it as Tyro would in such fine manner. But this does not bequeath somebody of my position, and I'll just kind of toss the quarterstaff aside and try to just grab the quarterstaff from Grizz, the Castellan staff.
Okay.
uh-huh.
As you pull it out of the bag, you see there is a set of jaws attached to it.
Ah! What the? Just back off.
Oh, it's fucking.
What happened to him? Why is he so small?
Yeah, he's a tiny little puppy. Oh, well, I had to fit him inside the bag, so...
Oh, okay. Okay, never mind. I was thinking of someone else.
There he is. He's about that big. Ruff, ruff. He's like, there, calm down.
Little puppy.
You can sit on my shoulder.
Hell yeah.
He wasn't going to make the fall, so I put him in here just in case.
No, quick thinking. Well done, Chris.
Now, Yeah.
Chris, I'm sorry. Good job. I sometimes I guess underestimated you. Well, I'm glad to be alive right now. I was real close using my ring there. I'll kind of look at my ring. Is it glowing? Does it look the same?
it still has all 3 rings unused.
Okay, I'll turn it back inside interior palm and close my hand.
Oh. Okay. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I don't think we're going to get back that way.
I don't think
Yeah,
so.
And I saw them. They managed to slow their descent. I hope they're okay.
Can't you send your messages like normal, Ember?
I highly doubt that. I mean, I'll try. I will point in what the direction I think Daya is, and say, Daya, are you there? Can you hear me? Almost certainly to no success.
Yeah, no connection.
I'll try another direction. Daya, are you there? Pointing
I'll hold
the opposite
Ember
direction.
up, like
Up.
trying to find signal with a phone.
Yeah. I'll try 3 or 4 times and then kind of like, I think they're too far away.
I think we got 3 bars over here.
I got 3 bars. Okay, that way then. And I'll point in the direction of 3 bars. No, no, too much, Tanner, too much. Yeah, we had it.
Oh, that... This bloody place.
Reception down here is terrible.
Cold too.
Yeah,
Cold reception.
I really need to catch my breath. As you can
We're
clearly see.
soaking wet as well.
Let's start a little fire or something. I'm cold. Need fire.
Tanner will probably just be like lighting up his hands and just trying to warm him up.
I'll be doing the same.
But light doesn't produce heat, I'm afraid. Although Ember.
No,
yours...
I have Firebolt.
Okay.
I have Control Flames, which is
Funnily
more
enough,
for
it's
that
Cade
application.
who has
Let's
Oh,
have a
Produce
look
Flames, sorry.
Let's have a look at Produce Flames in the chat.
It's more Ganassi oriented. Oops.
Ooh, you may have accidentally hit everyone. Sorry, I'll undo that.
Whoa.
You had everyone targeted somehow. Crazy.
I don't know how that happened. I don't know how that happened.
Yeah, the shed bright light, 10-foot radius.
I don't know if that would help making a fire or not.
Okay. So,
That's what I
maybe,
use to bring the fire to my hands, whether or not that...
well, they'll definitely heat you up, for sure. And it could heat everyone up. You are soaking wet. It will take some time to dry off. But having a fire genasi is going to stop you from getting hypothermia. So there's that.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was hoping for. Cool.
So
I mean, I'm not good at this, but I'll attempt to make some kind of a makeshift fire if I can gather some plants or something.
Yeah, okay. You gather up some... Well, you can give me a survival check to sort of see if you can get together some twigs and such. Like Grizz is proficient. He says...
I would definitely let Grizz help me. I'll help Grizz, actually, on this one.
Yeah, I was about to say. Oh, this looks flammable. Oh. Don't know what this one is. Edible? He takes a munch out of the top of this toadstool.
I don't know about that, Grizz!
Oh,
Yeah?
it's salty.
No, just something to burn, Grizz! Something to burn!
Okay, sorry if I...
Stop
He
wasting
throws it
time!
all on the pile. And...
Light it.
Okay. It's kind of a moist pile of toadstools and reeds. And it doesn't seem to light very well.
Damn it!
It's, it's burning, but it's not giving off much heat. You know, it's kind of like cooking it more like.
This smells terrible. Gross, Tanner. Tanner, do something. Make it burn.
I would attract something.
I'll just firebolt it.
It more like blasts it rather than.
What are you doing, Tanner?
It's not the nature of your attack. It's just that there's no real proper timber here, and Grizz didn't find any. There is such plants that do act as timber, but those are massive toadstools. You don't see any here.
Frustrated, I'll just sit back against the rock that I'm kind of leaning against and try to catch my breath. Fire in hands.
I'll go into my
trying
bag,
to warm things up.
pull out 3 torches, just set them
That'll
up.
do.
So we can
Okay.
sit in front of torches, and it will be a maintained light source, and I'm assuming a bit of heat, at least.
Yeah, there would be.
I
And
just
with
do
the-
my best.
With producing flame as well, that's enough heat. You guys do gradually begin to dry off. And over this short rest, you guys can spend hit dice.
Okay.
Sweet.
I have
And
2 available.
about 30 minutes into this. Okay.
Right.
About 30 minutes into this, Tanner, you hear a voice. Feminine, soft-spoken. Hello? Hello? Come in? I
Huh?
hope,
Shit.
I hope this is working.
Hello?
This is the
Varys?
sending
there?
spell. It's only Tanner can hear
Oh,
this,
sorry.
actually. Tanner, this is Varen. We're holding the front line. They haven't launched an attack yet. Seems they're still licking their wounds. How is everyone progressing? Did you make it through Stalagmite Forest?
I look around. Do I see stalagmites?
Nope. No, well, there are some, but it's not like a forest of them. This is the river, and it seems to wind and bend. You could take in a few descriptions of things around you if you wanted to describe it back to them.
Yeah, so I'll say, not exactly. We made it to a bridge that seemed to be an illusion. We fell down and had, 25 words or less.
Yeah, I'm gonna be a little bit lenient with
Okay.
it. Because
So
you've been casting all the time.
bridge illusion fell down.
Chris, who's he talking to?
Currently by a river, windy, loads of tunnels, big creepy fuck off door. Over.
Okay. There's another sending spell sent back. I was gonna save this for later in the day, but it just sounds like an emergency. What I will do is I will send a message tomorrow to the others, hoping they survive that long, and then I will send the other one to you to relay the information. Okay? That way, I'm sort of an in-between. It sounds like from the description you're in. Hold on. She asks. You can hear her like whispering to Saoirse in the background. Sounds like they've fallen into Sidewinder Burrow, a place full of serpentine-like creatures. Yeah, that. I'm hoping you got that. Be wary. There's snaky boys.
Okay, do you know of anything down here that would be able to aid us? We took quite a few wounds on the way down.
There is no response.
Ah, of course.
It goes to 0 bars.
Tanner, what was that all about? What were you talking to?
That was the cleric that we met before, Varen.
Oh, they're coming to save us?
Not quite. They more
What?
said that they were going to be communications between the two groups.
They know how important we are. Why would they not come and save us?
Did you see how far we fell down? I'm
Yeah,
surprised
well,
we're
we
even
gotta try.
alive.
If we're alive. They can get down here. They know where they're going. They know the secret tunnels and all that. I don't know where I am, Tanner. I don't want to be down here.
Can I swap with
This
the
is
other
Dias.
group?
This is not even my problem. This is Dias' problem.
We need to just think our strategy, and we need to push on. The
Fuck,
others are
exactly.
depending on us. However,
Who's depending on?
they did say
I don't care about these stupid fairies, Tanner.
They did say
Just trying to
about
help
some
Daya.
kind of snakes, some kind of serpentine creatures.
Snakes. Why do you have to be snakes?
And just as Tannis, you're having this conversation, Ember, from your vantage point, you see up on one of the high ledges above you, in the dark recesses of the cave, you see there is a creature, goblin-like ears, pale skin, mushrooms growing out of its back and elbow joints. They have like a skirt of leaves and held together with like a vine-like belt. And their claws are long and sharp. And it looks down at you and it says in Sylvan, I guess only Grizz understands it. It says, "Ida si noreat mesoro?"
I was a Tanner.
Yes.
Chris.
Yes. Yes, an illusionary bridge. What about it?
What?
Chris, don't talk to that thing.
What's it saying?
If you understand us, why don't you speak language? Why you make me speak stupid city headers language?
Who are you?
Who are you?
I asked first. There's one of us and three of you. No. There's three of us and one of you. Takes too long for all three of us to say who we are. There's only you. You can say it just once. We have to all repeat ourselves. How much time?
My name's Tanner, that's Ember, that's Grizz. Who are you?
Shut up, Tanner!
You be calling us Mim.
Mim? What kind of...
That's in some other language that I can't understand. Looks like
kind of creature are you?
I am a Maya Mal. Maya Mal.
Maya Mal.
Let's try one more time.
We be Maya Mal.
Mim the Mire Mal.
Mim
In the-
Maya Mao.
Maya he, Maya ha.
Maya
Oh,
ha ha.
God. Oh no. No,
Wow, I'm learning
I
Sylvan.
I use my ring of wishes to cast Meteor Swarm. And,
Okay. Counter spell. No, I'm joking.
Jesus Christ.
good God.
You be lost, city headers.
Why do you keep calling me that? City headers. What's a city header?
In
Wearing
fact, he's right, you are a
clothes.
city head.
I'm not wearing clothes. Yes, you be smart. Others be funny.
Do you know where we are?
He nods. He points. You right there?
Oh, he's so literal.
I don't like this one, Tanner.
I don't like the
I check my
Feywild.
pockets. Is everything in order?
Yeah, it is at the moment.
Okay.
At
You
the
see it suddenly pull back from the ledge and disappear.
No, wait. We need help returning to our friends.
You hear a sound of like something leaping, and something landing near the other side. And as you look over there, you just see kind of several mushroom toadstools and such. And then suddenly, you see one of the mushroom toadstools move, and he looks up from it as almost as if it was like a hat. He was like perfectly camouflaged in amongst the toadstools. You need friends. Friendlies. Yes?
We need
Yes,
to return.
we are
to
friend
our
of
friends.
Blugs.
Oh,
Don't think they're going to know who that is. We're a bit far.
we've
We're going
never
to find
heard
out,
of
Tanner.
Blug.
You like Blug?
We never heard of Blug.
Yeah, there we go.
Damn it.
We're not
Friend
from
of Relcath's. Favorite among Relcath.
Relcath.
Yes, Relcath is in
Woo!
our debt. Relcath owes us a favor.
Speak of the many branching ones.
Yes.
Hmm,
Harm
now
us and you will harm Relcath. Understand me?
Yes, you're making senses now. You know of Leafy Lords?
Of course.
You know of the green one?
Yes, I know the green one. Yes, of course. Yes. Sure.
He squints his eyes and grits his teeth. You have no idea what that expression means. But it kind of looks like
Do this in advance.
this. Maybe it's the smile. You're not sure.
Oh my
Oh,
god,
look
that
at
thing's
him. He's a
horrifying.
happy boy.
Oh yeah, he's totally not horrifying. Okay, fine. You're right. I don't know who the green one is. Who's the green one?
The green one is Oberon, of course.
Oberon. One of the three fairy archfey.
At least
No,
he
the
was.
god of the archfey.
He's now a forgotten one. But we still remembers. We hasn't forgotten.
Well, that's important. Oberon.
That is why we do his workings. Spreadings. His many leafy green things. And you see him pull a little pack of mushrooms out. And he puts one on this ledge, like he's decorating a shelf with ornaments. And then he hops down to your height.
What do those mushrooms do?
They grow.
Can they be burnt?
No, not burnings. These ones for spreadings.
Nobody likes fire in this place.
I wonder why.
You're in a cold part of the under, eh?
Yeah, pretty cold down here. Keep my hands lit just to stay warm.
Is that why you be wearing silly clothings?
No, I wear this because it's decent. Because there's rules and morality in this place. Well, maybe not in this place, but I'm an unwelcome guest. I didn't come here. Came here for a friend. Now I find myself Saul's friend, and you're here. It's a really bad timing.
You're a long way from any woodsies.
Well, you're not wrong, but I can be in a minute's notice if I need to be, and I'm starting to lose my patience, so maybe that'll be the case. I don't know how else to get out of here. I don't know if Grizz maybe does.
He hops over to the other side.
Stop moving!
I never stop moving. Silly manfools. Now, what is it you seek?
Well, two things.
I'll quickly cast message and point at. Let's do it. No, I'm just gonna point at Tanner because. And cast message and say,
Tanner, should we tell him about the chalice of the void?
Hell no! Tell him we want to get out of the Feywild.
Okay. We're just trying to get out of here.
You actually hear Tanner say, hell no.
okay.
Can't go that ways. You need to come this way. But be wary. There are dangers.
What kind of dangers? Can you
Dangerous
take us?
ones.
Ones that slither, ones that swim.
Wow. Snakes.
Striking with venoms. Crackling with zappings. But
So-
Mim knows ways. You wish to hire Mim?
Oh, I need an insight check here.
How much does Mim cost?
Mim costs 1 sapling.
I think I saw this in a book once. A creature agreed to escort someone with a very powerful ring in this book I read through places that they weren't familiar with.
Go ahead, yeah. You can roll some sort of check.
Yeah, I need some kind of insight. Like, if this is being
Yeah, go ahead.
tricked here.
And in addition to that, because he's told you what he is, you're also allowed to roll like an Arcana check or even a History check.
That's much better for me. I'll do the Arcana check.
Yeah. Okay.
What am I better? I'm staying with Arcana and History. What are my 2 best skills? All right, let's go. I'm much more interested in Arcana on this because I want to know his nature. What do you? Come on.
Come on.
Come on. Also, Grizz is gonna roll a. Let's go with a No. I mean, they're all the same. So it doesn't really matter.
That's right, James. Your best skills are +10. My best skills are +7.
Okay. Grizz knows a lot about Fey folk, and he's from.
Expertise for the win.
He speaks Sylvan. He's encountered many before. For you, Ember, the best guess is he's some sort of Fey-like goblin, like a boggart. But Grizz knows what Maya Mals are, and Grizz looks at you, and then he points at you, and then points at him.
Just points at him?
He points at. Grizz points at you.
Yeah.
And whispers.
Oh, okay. I'll cast message.
He doesn't actually say anything. He just goes.
Yeah. I'll cast message and point at Grizz and say,
Mhm.
"What is it, Grizz? What is it? Reply."
Why are you whispering like squirrels?
Quiet, you! I'm trying to hear.
Back off, you nosy dewdrop. All right. Now.
What is it, Grizz?
Covering. Okay. All right. These guys. They usually hunt in packs of like 3 or 6, but it's kind of odd seeing one of them. Normally, they're little servants. It sounds like he serves Oberon, the green leafy one. I don't quite know much about him, but I do know these guys are unreliable guides. They often leave many paths to places of danger, unwary travelers into groves of bad stuff, even dragons.
All right. So when I hear that in my head, as Grizz, I'll look at Tanner, and I'll turn like 180 degrees away, so I'm facing, so this can't see me, and I'll take my 2 forefingers, index finger, and middle finger, and just rub them horizontally across my neck, and kind of gesture towards the creature. Shake my head.
Small price from him. 1 saplings gets you 1 guide.
Wait, how do you do it?
Do what?
Ember?
Basically, I'm making like a slit throat gesture, but only and hoping to do it in a way that only you can see it when he starts talking about his offer for cost of a guide. As Grizz replied to me, what these creatures are like, that they're treacherous and likely to lead us into a trap. Trying to convey that in some manner. I don't know if it would be effective or not.
You're going to run into dangers one way or another. You follow
Grizz?
in.
Grizz?
I mean, we don't
Yeah.
really have a sapling to offer.
He raises an eyebrow, or lack of an eyebrow.
What'd you
can
do
tell
with
it's
the
that kind of
sapling?
confused. Spreads, grows for the leafy lords, manfool. What's all this whisperings? You bees like
Not
the
sure about
slithering
you.
snakes.
It's
Not
a
sure about
strange
you.
realm.
Where are your friends? Kill
Hmm.
them too?
What?
Your
No.
friends? Yes. Yes, you did.
Insight
He looks at you.
check?
Yeah, you can roll an insight check.
Oh,
Oh, nice, Tanner.
zone of truth.
Hmm.
1 and 1.
Okay.
See
So
private conversation happening here.
Yeah.
this
Whisper,
guy
whisper, whisper.
is obviously a little bit tricksy, and clearly from the get-go he likes having a joke, playing a prank. But he does seem to be set on his task to grow and spread things in the name of the Leafy Lord. He definitely speaks truth and speaks in reverence of that. So he's quite a faithful servant. But you've yet to produce anything that actually shows any sign that you're more helpful to him than bad. So he seems a little bit undecided at the moment. Right now, he wants to see some form of sapling, anything that would help grow or nourish things. And if it doesn't look like you have that, then you might not be of use to his cause, and he might then obviously see you as something useless or maybe even dangerous. Because a fire genasi walking around in his little mushroom patch might cause more damage than good. And Ember did just threaten him, and you see perhaps a sly, cunning look in his face when Ember threatens him with that.
Grizz, you must have one of those mushrooms left.
Okay, let me look. I did nearly give my last one away to Blug Blug. Oh, yeah, no more Wanderer mushrooms, no more slimy mushrooms. I have this. It's a shiny rock. He throws the iron stone in the air.
No,
And
Hey,
no, put that
it begins
away.
orbiting him.
Yeah, put
He's
that
Chris,
attuned
away.
to it, so it just orbits him. Oh, okay.
the only sapling I know of is little Mevo, but he lives with Laugh Trail.
Oh, okay.
Oh. What else? What else?
He's faraway land, the Laugh Trail. Nowhere near here.
Hmm.
Ever heard of Mevo? Little guy, a little tree.
He says one of many branches servants. Yes.
Correct.
He's a sapling, I think. Is that what you mean by sapling? He's in
Yeah.
small sprout.
Saplings. Anything that can grow or nourish.
I mean, most of them are going to be found above, well, here.
Oh.
We've
Fine.
seen few.
In that case, then, he says, "Please demands a sandwich."
A sandwich.
I could probably make one up in my rations.
We've heard of the magical properties of city headers and their sandwiches.
I have some bat shit. I have extra guano because I obtained it when I lost my component pouch.
Yeah, I'll just go into my rations.
Hey, wait.
Huh?
How about a knuckle sandwich?
No.
Grace.
He says,
I wish I could
"You-
cast silence on you. Okay.
I'll feed you a knuckle sandwich, and then you'll guide us. You have a deal? It's a really
Taunt
tasty
me
knuckle sandwich.
No.
Taunt me a third time, and you will die as city headers. Not
Not a
of
taunt.
my
It's
doing."
trying to make a deal here. You didn't specify which kind of sandwich. You just said you want a sandwich. Lots of varieties of sandwiches to be had.
I go to tell off Ember, and then I'm like, he actually has a point.
It's a Feywild, Tanner. Things aren't the same down here. Negotiations are a bit different.
However, I will go into my rations and I will try to find stuff to make up a sandwich with.
I would say, based on how rations are described, you would technically have nuts in them, and nuts technically grow.
But nuts ain't a sandwich.
No, but it originally asked for something that will grow.
True.
I have snake tongues, I have guano, and I have drops of sweet oil and some extra copper wire. Why I have these things, I don't know.
Didn't he also ask for something nourishing?
Yeah,
Because bat guano is a very good fertilizer.
that's true.
I do have extra bat guano.
Yeah,
So,
could give that to
Just-
him.
I will
just
offer
throwing
up
some
bat
ideas out
guano.
there. I realise I'm not there to give ideas.
No,
Oh, this is good.
That's fine. You're at the table, though.
Yeah.
In a typical game of D&D, I allow crosstalk between players. It's not like,
Yep.
unless it's something like proper meta-y, but this is just helping them, so like, that's fine. So he sees this, and he sees the nuts that you're kind of preparing in amongst the sandwich, and he says, "Ooh, you bees eatsy of the good fruit."
Tanner, put some of this on there, and I'll pull out the bat guano.
And he kind of whispers and he goes, "We bees drinkers of the blood root."
Trust me, Tanner. Just
What?
look at the creature. He probably eats shit. And I'll kind of roughly toss the bat shit to Tanner because it's kind of nasty, but I'm used to working with it.
Hmm.
Just put it on there, Tanner. Trust me. Like a mayonnaise.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Just rub the
And
sandwich
then I'll
in
take out
it.
the snake tongue and offer up the snake tongue to be put on the sandwich as well. Look, tongue of the serpent. Final piece.
You hand him the back corner.
I
with
hand it to
gum.
Tanner to make into the sandwich.
It's
Cool.
their version of mayonnaise.
Sure, you make it. That's a guano sandwich. Very,
Yep.
very interesting. He says, "Oh, what is this?" And as he gets closer, you see he's itching something, and it looks like a rash on the side of his leg. And after he itches that, he then reaches out with his hand to grab it from you.
I'm going to place it down on the floor in front of me.
Okay.
Take a step back.
He notices you're backing away, and he says, "Ah, he's got the ivy itch again. Not all plants be goodsies to rest on. I, the leafy lord, makers ivies itch. I bees not know." And
You're disgusting.
he looks at you, and he says, "1, 2, 3." And he takes the sandwich and just leaves.
Where are you going?
I'm going to look to Ember, and I'm just going to do the zip the lip.
I didn't
And
threaten
I'm
them
going
that
to
time.
follow
It's
on.
No, but
disgusting.
you insulted him.
Going to follow
Yeah,
on.
effectively, he's done with your shit, and
He's done with your shit, so he's taken your shit and left.
yeah.
Hang on now. That's my shit. We had a deal. I'm gonna give chase. Fuck that. We had a deal.
And I gave my wordsies. Now
Come-
you be deadsies.
Come back.
Messing with the shamans, manfuls. Curses upon you and your glen, and all who approach with clothings of the mortals. And he jumps up, and he leaps almost like a frog from toadstool to toadstool, like leaping off them like little trampolines. You can try to catch up with him, and it's going to be more like a chase than it is a escort quest. But yeah,
Get him, Chris.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm just glad I'm not wearing any clothing of the mortals.
Yeah, I'm gonna check.
He's gonna run off, and you guys give chase. So,
All right.
Tanner's
let's
going to look red-faced at this whole situation. Oh.
let's
He took the
you
sandwich.
to-
Going to quickly
Take you
roll.
over here.
It's just
Oh.
overall a very shitty situation.
Yep. As he hops and leaps from toadstool to toadstool, I think maybe there's a nice little time for a quick break.
Yeah.
All right, sounds good.
Yep.
But yeah, in the distance you can catch sight of him. But as mentioned before, his swampy camouflage is going to be a little bit of a challenge to spot. We'll see you in a few. Bye bye.
All right.
Oh, wrong one.
Welcome back. All right. After Ember's insults, the small little Maya Mal known as Mim have run off into the dark, taking his guano field sandwich with him. What am I saying? It sounds like I've gone insane. Sounds like I've been infected with the madness of the Underdark. But yes, this is all what happened. Nonetheless, he has leapt from toadstool to toadstool, and he is gaining distance on you guys. The further he goes, the colder it gets, it feels. And eventually, he leads you to. Well, there's a tunnel, isn't there? Yeah, there's a tunnel. You're not too far from it, in fact. He comes into an open cavern, much like the one you kind of emerged into, but there are huge rock-like platforms between the lake, so they form small little rivers that kind of bend and intertwine and then conjoin again. And as he leaps forward, you hear a crackling sound in the distance, and you can smell the smell of ozone in the air. And I'm going to take you to the Sidewinder Burrow. Mm-hmm. And he goes, as he's running along, just like, Foolsies! Foolsies never catch Min! And he leaps across this gap with ease. And leaps again. He's over here at this point. And he kind of turns back to you and is like, Mah!
Get back here!
As he does, a couple of these crackling sparks, you can see they look like they're dancing bolts of electricity. And as soon as he lands, these suddenly jump into the water, like almost like frogs leaping from their lily pads. So this bolt of lightning leaps, lands into the water, and then disappears.
Did they look like they're showing aggression, or the?
They look startled, that's for sure.
Is the water now electrified?
You can look down if you want and check.
Yeah, I'll look down.
Do you know what electrified water looks like?
Well, I'm assuming I'm going to see sparks.
Electrified water looks like normal water.
True.
Truth.
Only in video games does it not.
Yep. We've been playing too many video games.
This is a video game.
Okay, I
This is
mean, no
reality.
time like the present, right? I will make a stone bridge with the Castellan staff to allow us to cross. Chase him.
Okay.
That'll cost me 2 charges, 3 charges. What does it say here?
As
10
many
charges.
charges as 10-foot panels you make.
Yeah.
So if that's 20 foot, that's 2.
2, yeah. So I will expend 2 charges. I tried to set it up. I don't know if there's a way to make it remember its charges. Whatever. I will. You must.
You just have to keep track of it. But
Yeah. All right.
nonetheless,
Source count.
you
Still.
create a wall, which I wish
Get
I had
him,
a potion
Chris!
for. Kind of blindsided me. Although actually, I think there is a wall somewhere I can use. 1 second. Let me go and look for it. Oh god. I've got to go way back. I'm going back to the hut. Go back.
It's a points like this that I miss Oravan because just imagine the sort of stuff he would pull out his butt to deal with us.
I bugged it. I had to close it.
Okay, I'll refresh.
I jumped. It only happens when I jump from map to map really quick. Otherwise, it's fine. Where are we? Oh man. Nope. I thought I had one. Never mind. But you can imagine there's a big stone bridge that there it is. That just it starts to extend and forms
6 feet
a
deep.
walkway. Okay, you can reload now. Six feet deep. Okay. It's just long enough that it kind of extends to the other side. And with it, you can also create parapets and like what are they called? Crenulations as well with these.
Okay.
Just so you know. And you could even make it into like steps and such. But hey ho.
Ember not having much practice would probably, and he's giving chase, so he's kind of in the moment. Is just gonna make a flat bridge.
Yeah, that's cool.
Spanning the chasm.
And that absolutely works. All right. Grizz is not far behind as well.
Don't let him away, Chris! Run!
I'm running. Hold on. He crosses the bridge, and you see Mim is like, city headers with their roofsies and their wallsies of dead stone builds your dreams of dead thoughts with
Not to
dead
be
wood.
confused with roofies. Completely different.
You use dead woods and dead stones for your dead thoughts. And he continues to leap and jump away.
What the hell's he talking about, Tanner?
Tanner's just rubbing his temples as he runs after it.
And
I
as he
give
does
chase too. I don't know.
what's he gonna do as he crosses the bridge? I think he's gonna shit out this.
Anything hostile is going to
mhm.
result in me probably attacking.
Well, he doesn't do it at you. He's
Okay.
gonna do it on the bridge as you start to cross it. He spews out from his mouth. Actually, he grabs a hold of a mushroom on like his back, pushes it into his mouth, and chews and gnaws it with his mouth open. He doesn't chew with his mouth closed. And as he spits it out, it explodes into a stream of noxious filth, kind of mixed with stomach acid,
Oh god.
and it lands onto the bridge here. And he keeps on jumping away. It doesn't burn through the bridge or anything, but it is kind of like a little cloud of bog spew.
I will attempt to avoid that as we're please.
Okay.
We're going over that, Chris!
I can't get around it.
Jump over it!
He jumps, and as he does, he can make a con save. Oh dear, making him go first. Oh, Grizz is blinded by the spew. Oh god. Oh god, it's awful.
Great.
I can't see. I can't see. And he trips over one of these mushrooms.
I'll push forward and I'll just try and bat my way through it.
Okay. It was only one creature, so you're actually fine as you push
Oh, cool.
afterwards. Yeah. So he kind of like takes the full breath of it. Oh, that stuff's bad. He's completely blinded, and he can't see. Stick in my eyes.
Has anybody else
And,
lost connection to the game, or is it just me?
Yeah,
No, that was
refresh
really
the
good.
page.
I can't.
I've-
It's unable to
I've-
connect.
Yeah, I've tried refreshing half a dozen times at least, and I still can't connect.
Okay.
Foundry. While you do this,
I'll reload the application as well, just to see if that changes anything.
Foundry, thou art a heartless bitch.
It was all because I just swapped map too many times just to get a wall of stone.
you're a man who knows no bounds to make his players happy.
And in doing so, upset them as well.
No, man,
Oops.
we're good. We're good.
Though, if you try joining now, everything looks fine for me and Cam.
Yeah, I can get on now.
Yep. I connected.
Okay.
Yay!
Cool.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Sorry, Chris.
No, my fault to begin with. So, and welcome back, Dyer, as well. So,
Hello.
if you want to reconnect, we'll get back
Yes.
to you in just a moment.
just-
Right now, the 2 or 3 of them have managed to survive the fall. Grizz has brought them back from the brink of death, and they've been led by this strange guide called Mim, who's like a little gremlin with mushrooms on his back, known as a Maya Mal. But they're unreliable guides at best. But members continually insulting him, and now he's run off. So they're following him through this minefield of dangers.
So I assume that I probably lose my sight too with an 11, or
No, only target. It's only for one creature that passes through
okay.
it. Yeah, Grizz has taken the brunt for you guys. And he's like, oh, it's dead.
This way, Chris! Ah! I'll try to grab him as we continue to give chase and pull him in the direction that's running.
Oh, with this ruckus going on, he's gonna jump to the other side, and at this point, you see more of these lightning bolts that are dancing around. And they are
Sorry,
physically
guys.
dancing.
Chris, could I hold you there for 1 second? I just want to say a really, really big thanks to the one and only Marcus, whose character
What?
is Grizz, just raided us with 6 people. So,
Oh my god!
yeah,
Marcus!
thank you to all the guys who followed, and thank you, Marcus. We miss
Hey,
you, man.
welcome, Marcus. We miss you. Look,
Marcus is
Grizz
in
still
Twitch right
here.
now?
Yeah, with a lot of
Oh,
people.
my dude's in Twitch? Alright.
Hey, man.
He's a
But
big streamer.
yeah, Grizz just walked through some vaporous gas. They're using you as cannon fodder here. You need to get back and show him who's boss. But yeah, Grizz is still with the party, saving lives and kicking ass. If they didn't have him, mechanically speaking, they would have been flattened by now. So,
Several times
Uh,
over, yeah.
mhm,
Alright.
Saved our asses way too many times.
Yeah,
indeed.
can't hit a goddamn thing, but yeah, Grizz is a legend.
Yeah.
So, as I was saying, so Grizz leaps across the bridge. He's infected with this blinding sickness. As this guy crosses over, and he's like, "Foolish city headers, you not catch up with Mim. Mim's too fasties for your man's foolsies. And it seems you have made some new friends, anyways." And as you look around, you start to see that there is these dancing lightning bolts, small, tiny, more gremlins, but these ones look even smaller still. As they finish leaping into the water, you start to trace where they're going. It looks like they've turned into like small little fish in the water. You can tell they're still lightning bolts. And as they disperse, or rather merge, you start to see something terrifying emerging from the water, rearing its head back, crackling with lightning, and forming into a bestial-like creature, horns that curl backwards on its head, more like a dragon's, and multitude of legs, each leg seeming to be made up of one of these lightning-like gremlins. And
Oh,
as it emerges, I need everyone to roll initiative.
you're kidding me, I have 24 health.
King!
I don't know what you expect me to do. Oh, man.
Oh yeah, it's happening.
What the hell is this thing?
This is known
Oh
as
no. That's a bet here, isn't
this
it?
is known as a behir.
Oh.
And if you want a good little piece of art for all this,
You guys gonna die.
What is
Oh,
it?
you know me, Chris.
over here, I'll give you some artwork for this monster. Each of these little gremlins that merged with it formed into a set of legs, and there's that many legs. You can click it, and it will full screen it.
What the?
Oh, look at
Hell
this
is
little
that?
arms.
They
The
are
little arms are
adorable.
adorable, and the tiny little horns. Oh,
Yeah.
baby.
Yeah. Good luck.
Alright.
This
Tanner.
thing is very strong, stronger than Hydra's, which it was bested. Good luck.
Oh, so the
Grizz
Hydra
is-
did get beaten.
Great. Yep.
Right.
Grizz is no longer blind. He was only blind for 1 round. So as soon as he comes out of this stupor, he looks around and goes, "Uh-oh."
Kill it, Chris!
Uh-oh. Yeah, he's gonna immediately go into a rage. But let's see what he gets in the turn. Yeah, he's up first. Natural 20. Doesn't need advantage.
Jesus.
He just rages and runs forward. I'll take it. You guys do what you think is best.
Nah, Chris, I owe you one. I'm with you, buddy.
All right, let's go. Let's do it. All right, he's bringing out his axe. Unfortunately, it's only just emerged from the water, so he's going to hold his action to slash at it when it comes in. And next up on the order, it is the Bahir. Straight away, let's see what this thing can do. So as it rears out of the kind of misty waters, lightning crackling between its jaws, it'll immediately go for its multi-attack. 1 with its bite, and 1 to constrict. Let's go with the constrict first. Alright, Grizz, this might hurt. If it even hits. 15? Oh yeah, that's gonna just hit him.
Oh shit.
Mm-hmm. Which means he's taking a whopping 41 points of damage halved
Yipes.
to 20.
Holy.
Yep. What happens is, as this creature constricts like a serpent, but every tightening coil forms into a set of claws that also scratch and rake through his skin. And
What?
yeah, so those little legs, they act as a tearing mechanism as well. Sorry, let me just check this. Target is also grappled and restrained. Oof. Which means
Okay,
he's
but
gonna
if he's
have...
got like a giant axe, though, is it like when you close your fist around a knife, like you cut your own hand? So wouldn't the grapple act damage the Bahir as well?
We're about to find out, because Grizz is taking a swing at him. And hits.
Grizz
Nice.
Or
hit
10
something. No, this must be a dream.
Okay, so it's a decent hit. Nearly chops off one of the hands, but they're all kind of swirling around him so fast he can hardly keep track.
Wouldn't that be
The Bahir isn't
12
done
damage?
yet.
Wouldn't that be more damage? Because when that.
Oh, he's
doesn't
raging,
add
isn't he? Yep,
rage
true.
damage, yeah.
Yeah, an extra 2 points there. Cool. After that, the Bahir takes a bite with advantage as well,
Mm.
because he's now grappled. Which looked like it mattered. Oh boy. And he's taking some more. Grizz is looking rough already. Oh wait, did he not spend hit dice? I'm so bad.
I wish he did.
I
I
think
wish
he
he did on
should've.
that short rest.
He should have done
Mm.
it.
Yeah, he didn't.
Yeah, I just I didn't keep up with it. But you should have. I'll deal with that in a second. For now, Ember, what are you doing as Grizz is getting torn apart? There's sparks of
now-
energy everywhere.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Run my ass in the back there. What is this terrain? It's just kind of blue and flat, or these little hills, or what?
Yeah, it's mostly flat terrain, yeah. There's kind of little puddles where these little gremlins were dancing and playing around. But this is a
Alright,
mostly flat surface.
Not much to think about at this point. I'm sans lots of spells, so I will firebolt. Sans any spells really. So it's a 21 to hit for 16 points of fire damage.
Nice.
I did not click on it, sorry. So you're gonna have to manually apply that one.
That's cool.
My
Done.
bad.
Done.
And,
The fireball-
Chris! Shit, Tanner, help him!
It
And,
hits up the side and scorches across its flesh. And unlike a dragon, which has like scales, this thing just has this kind of slick, waterproof looking skin.
So it didn't seem to have much of an effect, or?
No, it definitely hurt it, but it was
Okay,
due to the fact that it's not scaled.
cool.
Hmm.
That'll be my turn.
Okay, Tanner, you're up. The creature has Grizz grappled and restrained.
Okay, so I'll move up 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, all the way up to the creature. And I'm going to slice, bring down my long sword.
Nice.
Nice,
Can I have
Tanner.
it?
26. I'm going to pop, but what's my spell slots? I have 1 second level left.
Honestly, at this point, I think you're going to need it unless you want to save on the off chance you get a crit to get that extra damage.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, screw that. So 15 points damage, and just to double check, that is 1d10. Yep, and second strike. I'm gonna try and. I want to try and free Grizz, so I'm just gonna try and slice at it.
Okay. Don't mind all the dice.
That's so cool. 7 points damage.
Nice. Okay. With that, as you say, you're trying to free Grizz with all your will and strength at arms, trying to pry him free. The swing of your sword cuts so deeply that it explodes with an arcing lightning. And this creature isn't dead. It didn't look like you cut into like flesh, but rather into energy. And oh boy, don't want to click that.
What the hell just happened?
Ah! Let's undo that. You see that the creature splits into several like smaller creatures.
I've lost my
Smaller.
token.
Yeah, I can't see anything either.
I moved you back. Should be fine now.
It's just a darkened field, Chris.
Yeah,
It looks like there's like fog of war on the whole thing.
There. I found Tanner's token.
I see Tanner now.
Oh, I know why I did. I know what I did. Hold on,
Wrong layer.
the wrong button. There we
Oh,
go.
there we
Cool.
go.
Okay.
We're good.
Ah, the Gouth is here.
There's a lot of things here.
Out here!
I had to reveal all. Okay, we're good now.
Okay.
Okay. So this thing explodes and it turns back into those small gremlins you saw dancing around before, and they look wild. They look like panicked. It is the end of your go.
Now,
How are you all the way over there, Tanner?
yeah, I know. I've just yeeted my clone. But yeah, that's gonna be my turn.
Okay. All right. It is No, it's not. Go down to the bottom. You was at the bottom. Go back to the top, and it is these gremlins go right now. The first one right next to you. Well, they actually kind of don't want to. They don't want to hurt you. They actually want to disperse. They actually just want to get away. So they move as far away as possible. They're gonna dash, but it's gonna be Grizz again, and Grizz is no longer restrained because he kind of just got freed from that, and he's like, "What the hell? What are these things? They look mean. I might hit him." He swings around his axe and takes a good chunk at this guy. He doesn't even need to create Weapon Master, I don't think, because no, he doesn't need to. Trust me, but he will Reckless.
Splat.
That's a clean hit. And with the rage, he cuts one cleanly in two. And as it is cut, it just sort of disperses with a fizzle and a bang. And it is... Oh, he's got another go at it. And he probably gets another one. I can't actually see the dice. It may have crashed on me. Yeah,
It rolled twice and then crashed and didn't
I did. Okay. Oh, I'm going back.
reload.
One second. It's because I have so many tokens in this. You got to kill them faster so that I don't crash. All right.
Nice.
He does get another swing off. Here we go. All right, yeah, I'm back. You should be good.
Cool. I'll just refresh just in case.
Oh yeah, that's another one dead. So he cuts off two of these in as they're kind of trying to flee, and they just like, zip, pop. And it is back to... Ooh, more gremlins.
Chris?
Yep.
Oh, never mind. Sorry. It's not my turn yet. I thought it was my turn. For some reason, it's still Bahir's turn.
It's one of these little zappy boys. They are flying around right now. Okay. But it will be... Oh my god, I got a few of these to get through. So let me just... 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, okay. 4 of them make it into the bottom right together. And this last one, as they all form up together, you see them merging, their energy forming into another solid-like creature. And it looks like the here before, but this time it only has 4 legs. And it looks much more eel-like than the other creature, whereas the other one had horns and crackling teeth full of jaws. This one looks more like an eel, and a cross between a dog and an eel. It is then it's its go effectively to form together.
Okay.
And this one's gonna fly over here. And it's Ember's go.
This is a problem, guys.
Yeah.
I'm sure you'll be fine.
Looked like Tanner hit it with such force that it, for a moment, couldn't hold itself together.
Okay, I'm going to cast. I'm going to use one of my sorcery points to twin firebolt. One of the 2 remaining sorcery points I have left, and I'm going to target this one up here,
Okay.
and this one. Actually, what are those 2 up to? Maybe they're up to something. I'm going to target these 2 down here and take them out because I think they're up to something.
They
I'm gonna
are
cast-
joining together. You can see them holding hands, and the lightning between them is arcing and creating a circuit.
I don't want to find out what that does, so I'm going to firebolt the both of them and spend a sorcery point to do so.
Roll to hit.
So I'll target. I'll do it properly this time. I'll target this one first. Firebolt. And it's a 18 for 11 points of fire damage.
Ooh, that's gonna kill it.
Okay, and then I'll target this one with the second firebolt. Just please not a natural 1. Yeah, good. 9 points of fire damage on the
9,
second
and
one.
that 9 is enough as well.
Okay,
Good
and then I'll
job.
move. Now, I don't know what's going on up here, but I'm going to go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, just kind of get in the middle. And that'll be the end of my turn.
All right. And
Join together!
panicking. Kane, I forgot to bring him into the fight earlier, but he is making his way across to you guys and gets to about there. He's barking and clearly growling at this thing. And this final one flies over here and flies over here. And you see another 4 of them finally get together, and all of them kind of join in hands, doing this strange little dance together. You see arcing lightning between all 4 before they fully transform into another one of these hound eel things, and it splashes into the water as it lands. Okay.
What's going on here?
It is the Maya Mouse go. So Mim just says, "Foolish city headers, you annoying the Azza gremlins."
As your
Azza gremlin. Good luck. And he
Shut up!
He runs off, and you can see him heading towards a small cave. Maybe it's a tunnel. You're not too sure, but he seems to know the way. After that, it is back to you, Tanner.
Okay. I'll take a couple steps round and I shall yeet one at this one. Or is it further
Okay.
down?
It's a little bit down, yeah, but you can probably get a hit on it.
Okay, I'll move up. And
Mhm.
yeah. 19.
Nice, that's a hit.
Perfect for 6 points damage. Second one. Oh.
Wow.
10 or a 10?
10 is a miss. A 10 or a 10. Okay, but the 6 force damage slams into it. Looks like you did a good chunk, but it's still going. Now,
Dodger.
okay. So, it is back to Grizz's go. There are no more gremlins to be seen. They've all either been sniped off or merged into these beasts. He's going to run over to one. 5. He can actually get there and jump down. And he brings out the axe, landing as hard as he can on top of its head. We're going to great weapon master this one.
Grizz!
15 is a hit,
Yeah.
and here comes the damage. Because that's 16, 18 points. And, oh no, no,
Oh.
the 13, oof,
Can't
rough.
even bend that.
Just barely misses, I'm afraid. But he has done a decent chunk with the first hit. And extra 2 there. And as he lands into the water, he does feel a little bit tingly, you will say. Yeah, it feels kind of like I'm being tickled down here.
Get out of here, Grizz!
Bit late for that. So it's the hounds go. It immediately turns, and you see crackling lightning between its jaws. It's only a small amount though, not as much as the Behir had. We're gonna go for his bite attack, and if it hits, extra stuff. Natural one. Well, Grizz just catches the jaws with his other hand, and is just wrestling with it. My hand is not a chew toy. And like kicks him back.
Grizz didn't go reckless then on his last attack then. Just checking.
Oh, yeah, actually he did. My bad. He's gonna try again. Yeah, well, we'll see. Yeah, good point. Good point. Thanks for
Nice,
reminding
James.
me. Oh no, it was all a feint.
Oh no, I can't.
Not from there, you can't. As you kind of pulls him forward with the grip, he slaps around with the tail, and distracting him enough to get a good bite in, and this time deals. He's still raging, so he's not taking that much, but he's
How far
getting
down
chipped
is he?
down. Death by inches. He is on 19 health. He's about 10 foot down from you.
Gotcha.
I don't know if it was
Then-
hit die or that was with the hit die.
Yeah, good point. I still need to do that. Take your turn, Ember, while I figure that out.
Yeah. I mean, you could say he didn't use them.
Oh, apparently he has 0 available.
Oh, there you go. That solves
makes
that.
sense. Yep, that does.
Is this thing still alive, or is it just here, but it's dead? You said that there's not much left.
There shouldn't be anything there on that screen.
Okay, alright.
There's no more gremlins, and you don't see the Behir either. Just 2
Alright.
eel hounds.
So I will go 5. You said it dropped down, so how can I see this, or where I'm standing or not?
Yeah, it's about 10 foot down, so it's going to be a difficult target, but you
10,
can try to make a shot. It's
15,
going to have half cover.
20, 25. If I get to that edge,
If
can I
you're there, you can get clean shots.
Okay, cool. So I'll actually do that then. I will fire it. Just a old little tickle firebolt at it. Grease attack! Why so many dice?
Oof.
Okay.
Oh.
No. Damn.
Oh no. Grizz
I'll use my final 5 feet of movement to move back there. And that's it.
makes the saving throw though, thankfully. That was against the bite earlier.
Yeah. A 9 doesn't hit, right, Chris?
No, it does not.
Okay, yeah. So the firebolt fires wide, and then I use my 5 feet of movement to move back, and that'll be it for me.
Okay. Then, straight after that, it is Kane. You're still waiting for this thing to come to the edge, which is now. So you'll get a held action off. And goes for a bite. Alright, so the teeth of the wolf tear in It's a dog eat world. That's 14. That's a hit.
Heat dog. Nice.
8 points of damage, and I think. Did you get anything else? No, that's it. Oh wait, has to succeed on a strength save, or else.
The second attack would be at advantage, maybe, if it fails.
Oh my god. This is the second time we've seen Kane do some real damage.
Kane!
He grabs into the neck of this creature and takes it down like it's a
Nice.
wet fish, and it is now knocked prone.
Do that second
Okay.
one, mate. Crit.
It will take its attacks though, but it will do so with disadvantage because he's just grabbed onto him. Okay, let's have a look. Disadvantage. Alright. 13. Misses because of his armor class being 14, right? Yeah, this Kane is just taking this thing on one. You can hear growling and snapping of jaws. That's good stuff from him. At this point, Mim is completely out of sight, and he skips through the cave. Tanner, you're up.
Okay. I'm going to yeet another javelin at that one down there. Yeet. 16 to hit
That is a hit.
for 10 points of damage.
Okay. He's looking fairly roughed up at this point. Fairly bloodied.
Come on, I want that 13.
16 is a hit. Yeah, that's the 13 for the crit. Still, you've chipped away, and the creature is at this point looking very bloodied.
Cool. Yeah, I'm just gonna. I'm gonna come to the edge, just so Grizz is within 10 feet of me,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, go from there.
Because of protection.
Yeah, protection,
Yeah,
bonus,
good
and
shout.
whatnot.
Alright. Well, it's Grizz's turn. He's going to go absolute ham.
Kill it, Chris!
I'm doing it. Oh, I'm doing it.
Chris, what are you doing?
Oh, I'm missing. I'm terrible. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it.
Chris!
Oh, dear. I'm telling you, I feel kind of tingly. It's like I got ants in my pants down here. There's like a slight static around him. And some of his hair is like standing on end.
God. Chris, get out of that water, Chris!
It's fine. It's a bit nippy though. I think I'm getting some shrinkage. Don't look.
Don't worry, Dia's not here.
Then it is going down to this guy. Oh, it is his turn straight after. Okay, after being bloodied, it's actually going to leap up and out of the water. It's like springs out of it. Let's see its movement.
There's attack of opportunity, maybe.
I think it would be. Yeah, it's going to be an attack of opportunity.
As well as Tanner.
Mm-hmm.
Please be the 6.
A slippery one. In fact, you can see it leaving this kind of spittle as it does on the ground. Really greasy looking. And as he climbs up, he starts going on all fours. Grizz is going to take a swing, of course. Let me just get around to that. Oh, I can't even when I'm
Come
not,
on, Chris!
even when I'm not swinging with Great Weapon Master. Oh, unlucky. Pure unlucky. Then the creature does get all the way over to its companion, who's fallen on the ground, and they coil together, twisting and roping together like
Oh no.
like a coil. And as you can imagine, what's about to go down, it turns back into its final form.
Some Dragon Ball shit up in here.
Yep, the helix of worms have turned back into the Fahir. However, it's far less ferocious because those many legs it had before are now just It's now only got 8 pairs of legs. It's missing some, and the Behir is notably shorter in length.
Okay.
But that is its go.
Not
Uh,
liking this.
And guess what? It's its go now.
Oh, shit.
Yep.
Really not liking this.
Let's see what you can do from this angle. You guys are actually down and out. You're in cover. So Ember, you're going to be the target.
Kane, bam!
Kane is still trying to hold on, but it's like at the tail end now, being kind of whipped around. And it sees you, Ember, as a potential more threat. It is going to charge up its breath. You're snapping of bolts cracking between its teeth, and it lines up for a breath weapon. Going with lightning breath. I need you to make
Not good at dex.
I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
I am not good at this, but I'm going to use Tides of Chaos because I might die otherwise. So let's go saves. How do I do it with advantage? How do I
You hold down shift.
shift? Cool.
Yep.
Saves dexterity. That's not with advantage.
Natural 20. Oh, that was me. Sorry. Yeah, Kane just took a bite out of it.
I'll do another one. Just with advantage. It's still going to be a complete shit show.
Oh, no. That is rough. Okay. Good lord.
Oh, I'm annihilated.
Christ.
What's my max HP? Okay, it doesn't
now
look
I need
right.
to take something off of this real quick. Hold on. I shouldn't have rolled 12 because he's been diminished by -4, right? You killed 4 of them. Yes. So I need to take off the last 4 of those.
Which is good.
It's
because
still
one of those
going
is
to
10,
annihilate me, but
so
not.
So that you're taking off 10, 15, 23 damage off of that. So that's.
Yeah, I'm reduced to 0 hit
54.
points regardless.
Okay, you are still reduced to 0, but you can see the devastating lightning is slightly being diminished. Some of it kind of crackles and sputters as if he's having trouble maintaining that much damage. And after that, it just turns around and looks out for the other 2 who are still hiding down in this little crevice. Ember is scorched, lying on the ground, and I need you to make a death saving throw.
Oh boy. Okay. How the hell do we do that in Foundry?
You can, on your character sheet,
My character sheet.
there is on the top left the ticks and X's on your character portrait.
Oh, okay.
If you click the middle button, it's the death save.
Death save. There we go. Normal death save. Big
One fail.
One
One
failure.
fail. Not good.
If only Tanner was in range of you, that would be a pass, I think.
Kane is not holding back, tearing into his back. He's done a good damage on the crit, and he's not holding back yet. Come on, no, that's a miss though. Getting thwapped against the side here by the tail. It is down to you, Tanner.
Boy, right. I'm gonna sprint 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I'm gonna get on.
Just thinking, Chris. When it did its crib, would that also potentially knocked it prone again because it was a bite attack?
Oh yeah, good shout. I can see if it would have knocked prone, but he would have used its movement to get up again.
Yeah, but
yeah, let's see what it did.
also,
Yeah, it passed.
Also, I didn't see you roll damage for the crit thing. I just saw the crit roll.
Oh yeah, weird. That was hidden for some reason.
So this fudge check.
There's a lot of. Sorry, I'm using a lot of stealth tokens. So when I'm when I'm selecting a stealth token, it seems to hide the roll.
Yeah, it's fine. I just thought I'd check to make sure.
I will tell you though, the Behir is actually bloodied. Technically, the amount of damage you guys have done to everything, because effectively it's all the same monster. So you've done 7 times 4. You've done half of one of the eel hounds, and not to mention the attacks on the Behir itself.
No. I don't envy you running this encounter. This seems quite complicated.
Oh, I know. I decided to make it complicated for myself, didn't I?
Okay,
Man is a professional.
I just need to kind of clarify. So I can either deal damage or I can bring Ember back because you've lost one saving throw, haven't you?
Just throw me off the cliff, man. So if I fall to my death, then I can be revivified.
That is an oddly
Logic.
specific way. It is logic, but I like it.
Feywild, man.
I need you. I need you for the firepower. I'm gonna pump my last. My last spell for a second level cure wounds. And that's me tapped. So come back with money.
Woo!
10 points.
Thank you.
And I'm just going to stand in front of it. Oh, I can't actually move in front of him. But I just say, stay behind me. We've got this.
Grizz climbs up. That was 10 foot of movement, by the way, to get up there. But it's alright. You're good. If Grizz is going to rush up and go for his swings.
Can we say Grizz went there?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. 10 feet within the paladin.
Yeah, he's learning. He's learning.
Battle tactics. Can this man ever hit
boy, he got
anything?
some damage.
The first attack here, I think.
16 is a hit. No, wait, no, it's not. Undone. Undone and undone. I'm sorry. Grizz, this is why we need Marcus to do the rolling, because he crit like crazy when he was around.
Man.
I am terrible. I'm just a miss machine. So then, in that case, after that, the Behir roars with a fury in its mouth, and it's gonna turn to it, but not before. Let's see. Hold on. If it only got one more hit, it would have done something. But all right. Behir is gonna go for his constrict attack. But then we double check if this breath came back as well.
Yeah, 1d6. Oh boy.
No
Good.
breath. Okay.
Woo!
Yep, it's
Okay.
going to go for the constrict instead.
3 dead PCs.
Is that a saving throw by any chance, or is it attack?
It's an attack.
Okay, protection.
Protection it is.
Yeah.
No.
Nice, Cambo.
Nice.
Go.
And as it tries to coil around him, with there being less tail now on the end of it, Chris sort of steps over it. Yeah, and as it tries to coil around him, he just climbs around and almost starts rodeoing this thing.
I just get the shield in between and just pry it apart.
Nice. And eventually it gets frustrated and just snaps its jaws down.
This one I don't think I'll be able to save it from.
Yeah, technically he has advantage, but that's not a problem. It's still hit.
He might crit though.
Yeah, that's fair. But I don't think it's gonna matter. No, 15. He's barely alive. He is on 3 HP.
Shit.
Grizz is looking rough as he's now being clenched in the jaws of this massive serpentine dragon. It is down to you, Ember. You're up. You're alive, and you feel charged. Every inch of your body is still buzzing.
I will use 15 feet of movement to stand up to start with. Having been saved multiple times by my companions and looking at this situation, it looks more than dire. Got here. There.
It's
yeah.
really, really wounded though. I'll give
Yeah.
it that much.
I kind of look at Tanner and bring me back if you can, Tanner. And I'll go 5, 10, 15 to get hopefully out of range. But yep, good. And as a token of thanks, I will grab the wand of fire and detonate it on myself.
Okay.
maybe
Wait,
survive it,
what?
but hopefully
He's
save
using
my
the last
companions.
charge on the wand of fireballs, which was, remember, the last charge is salty and detonates the wand. So it's almost like he's got like a vest of TNT on, and he's just blowing himself up in this moment.
In hopes that maybe my companions will bring me back, and
As you
hopefully,
explode backwards, you can still make the save,
Oh,
but
Ember.
if you pass and resist fire, you might. Just a
Yeah.
slither of hope, you might just survive it. But hey,
well, I don't know what the DC is. I guess it's 15 because it's a magic item. Not
It's
sure.
just, for the wand of fireballs, it's the same as
Probably a
a
15
wand
if I
of
had to
lightning
guess.
bolts.
So saves, we're gonna go with dexterity. Normal, I cannot infuse this.
Yeah, it's C15.
DC 15.
Oh,
Let's
my
go!
boy.
All right.
Yes. Let's go.
The next, that was good. The next hurdle though is rolling damage.
Yeah, was
Come
it 8?
on. Come on.
What's fireball? 68, 86, something like that.
It's a
86.
lot. Just roll a lot.
86. That's a nice roll. Okay,
I took
38,
a quarter of that, so I think I
38
survived.
quartered. You're actually alive on like 1 HP.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
What? Are you kidding me? Yeah.
He needs to make the dex save, otherwise he's taking 38 points of fire
38
damage.
halved is 19, and then halved again.
It's 10.
Oh, well,
Oh no.
if we take a quarter of it, because it's halved and halved, we don't round up twice, right?
Well, you do what?
Sure.
If I'm unconscious, I'm unconscious. That's, it's
Um,
19 and 19 halves would be 10.
I feel
Yeah.
like Ember as a character deserves some sort of divine reward for that play.
Oh, yeah, for
Like the
sure.
gods will be merciful to be like, you know
My
what?
teammates
way
have
I
saved me a
feel-
lot in the last little while.
38
But,
divided by 4 is 9.5. Ooh, it is. It's rounded up. You know what?
Yeah.
We'll say, literally, we'll side with that.
I'm
Because
a
if
man of
you're...
I'm a man of rules as written, man. Ember goes down as
The
I mean,
funny thing is, though,
one
is like, this
explodes.
creature needs to roll.
I
as
mean,
well.
how about we
Cat-
say he survives, but he has to roll off of the wild magic table?
Actually, to be fair, you
That's a
could
fate
roll me
worse than
a...
death.
you can roll me a D20, just because.
Okay.
You might roll a 20.
I don't know what that's
No,
for. but
okay,
sure.
no wild surge.
Ah.
Ember is blasted back nonetheless, and this creature rolls his dex save. Let's see what he gets.
That's a big old fireball too.
It's a fail.
Yeah!
Not very
It's a
good.
fail. Let's
Damage,
blast
damage.
38 points. With that, you see the entire creature explodes and is in. You see, after the smoke clears, there is 1, 2, 3 little gremlins left, looking around, like very bewildered and like in shock. No pun intended. These creatures look around like. Whatever that said, it was probably an Orin, but no one understands it. Maybe a primordial. Who knows?
I mean, technically, I'm out unconscious anyways. Don't matter.
Okay, as the gremlin here, it like lets out some sort of triumphant charge and goes to zap. Yeah, it's gonna go zap Grizz. Lightning jolt. Yeah, actually hits him.
Fuck.
Go Grizz.
Oh
Oh!
my god. He's raging. So he's raging, so he takes half, which is 1, so he's
You're
on
kidding.
2.
You're kidding.
You're kidding me.
What? He looks surprised. And frustrated. Kane is not going to have any chance, give him any chance to attack his friend. So we're going to go with pack tactics and remember to use it this time, and roll advantage. I think I forgot to roll advantage. Right. Okay, so 14 on these small little creatures actually is just enough, and the damage is what we care about. It is. That is enough. Yeah, it's easy enough. He just bites into the back of this thing, and as he snaps his jaws, it disperses. And I just crashed again. It is going to be... It'll be Tanner after that, though, I believe. I can't quite tell.
Yeah.
I'll have to reload.
Crashed.
I think I'm gonna have to reload as well.
You will, yeah.
maybe.
Crashed.
Apologies.
Oh,
We are having some slight technical difficulties. There appears to be gremlins in the technology.
Yep.
Oh man.
Messing up my circuitry. Damn it.
If this is the end of Ember, I'm, you know, it's appropriate closure, I guess. His
It won't
friends
be.
have.
There's only 2 of them. How are they going to do anything?
No, but I gotta roll saves here.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm
that's
unconscious.
true. That's true.
Burn, baby, burn. Ember Inferno in this case.
Tell you what, Ember, you can have advantage for that play, though. That was insane.
Nice.
Like, for that daredevil... Yeah, like,
Screw that
proper
inspiration,
sacrificial
yo.
hero.
It's only
I mean, that's
because
something. Okay,
not
we're
only
back.
has Tanner saved my ass so many times, but Grizz just did too, and that really. Ember's having a little bit of
It's
a.
the fact that like he recognized that though that he that he
little
owes
character
something to
growth.
Tanner and Grizz. It's a
Yeah.
little bit, tiny bit of character growth.
It's sort of a shame that
Counts.
Nissa's not there. That would be probably one of the few things you could have done that would make her respect you a little. So far.
I wouldn't want this as respect. Cold as ice.
Okay, so just notice one is up after Kane and gets a little zappy zap on Grizz. Does get the hit because of advantage. And all I need to roll is 4 damage.
Nope.
No.
Yes.
Oh,
Just
I
by
want to load.
1,000 zap.
Last
Load, you
Fire-
motherfucker.
That's what the tickles feel like. Oh, hold on.
Alright.
He does need to roll a con save for the first one. So we'll see what happens. 1 sec.
+3.
4 plus 3. That was from Grizz, by the way.
Oh, okay.
No, Will. Was it? That wasn't my bad. I got the wrong sheet open.
Oh.
So it's 4 plus 7. Yeah, he makes it.
+3.
No problem. He's good. So he doesn't get lightning weak. He doesn't get lightning vulnerability. And that means that 2 is just a 2. And that means he's just left on 1. And that means, Tanner, it's your turn.
Oh, kill these things, Scam. Come on.
I'm gonna smack the first one on my right. Yeah. Step forward. Slash.
It darts away and becomes like a cloud for a moment as you swipe through it, and then it reappears. And he's holding up his hands like in surrender.
Kill it, Grizz.
Gonna step to the side.
Yep. Let's get rid of some of these on the turn order. I'll clear up that. Cool. Grizz is on 1 HP and turns around. Oh, so are we killing it? Kind of cute. I could put it in a bag of holding as well. That'd be funny.
Grizz, look at this. Oh, put it in the bag of holding.
Oh no, we need to heal. We need to heal him, but I'll
Yeah.
use the flat of the blade.
Just crush it.
He turns around as he's looking at Ember, and then thwack, hits it with the back, and yeah, it just sort of disperses along the axe. And as that happens, you see there's a static charge around the actual metal of the blade. He's like, "Huh?"
Oh.
And you see it's there for a moment, just subtle and static, and then suddenly it launches a bolt from it, and it scorches across the bridge, shattering some of the stonework.
Oh, God.
Oh,
Interesting.
oh,
Your sword do that, Tanner?
No.
good job I was aiming that way, not over like, I don't know, Ember's dead body.
That's some Holy Avenger kind of shit.
Okay, Ember, have a
Yep.
death save.
Oh, shit. My good character sheet bugged out again. Load. Sorry. Clicky deathy. Normal. Oh.
And
Yeah. Let's go.
You-
that's a success.
It's with advantage, you said, or with with an inspiration. Someone said something with an inspiration.
You
but I
have
don't know.
inspiration, which means at any time you can say, I'm going to roll advantage.
Yeah, I'm just gonna
Hmm.
roll that. That'll be my save.
Okay. Kane rushes over, starts licking Grizz's wounds. Tanner, you're up as well.
I rush over to Ember and really fucking hope this does something good. But I'm going to pull out my my Fey water that I got from Una.
Oh.
And I'm going to give a sip.
Give a sip to Ember.
Yeah. Because
Okay.
I filled my
Yeah.
ward skin with it, so I'm not sure how much I need to use.
Yeah, you're banking on a miracle here. Okay.
Yeah.
Roll me
Well,
a
I'm tapped. I have
yeah.
nothing.
Roll me a D100, and we'll see what happens.
Dun, dun.
Oh man, this could be something.
85.
85.
Wonder what that does.
85.
Yeah.
You what? Oh my god! You regain all of your expended hit dice.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if that really
That's
helps
good
us.
in this. It's still going to be good, but I'll say
Who
that
does?
as a
He
result,
does or I do?
You do.
as an
Okay.
added effect, I'll say that he is stabilized from this effect as it's a regenerating and rejuvenating magical effect. He is suddenly full of health. You see, like his skin is like unfettered. It looks looks like he's been just come out of a shower. Looks like he's been cleansed in the pools of Glenalendra itself. And yeah, for just a briefish moment, you see his eyes kind of flutter, and his breathing normalizes.
Tanner will
he-
just sit back, sigh, and just say, "Thank you, Una. Thank you."
Yeah, note that you've got all your hit dice back now.
And I'm
Um,
just
Okay.
going to
How do I mark myself as stable?
You don't have to roll death saves. So if you just tick
Oh,
all
just
of your
put
death
3?
saves on, yeah.
That'll do. Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, sure. Okay.
Okay. Oh, Grizz is also severely battered and just sort of almost collapses down, holds onto Kane's kind of one of his ears, perhaps. Oh,
I knew that was an idiotic move we played back there.
we ran headfirst into like whatever that thing was. Killed it though. He gives a thumbs up as he's laying on the ground.
Just pat him. Yeah, good job, bud. We did
Oh.
well.
Yeah. I wonder if the others are having death-defying situations.
Well, we're about to find out.
That was like an A+ radio transition, guys. Like, good stuff. You guys have a career in film and television.
We try. We
Couldn't
try
have done
here.
any better.
Professional D&D stream, guys. So, meanwhile,
Meanwhile,
in the midst of the upper Feywild, Nissa, the Dark Fairy, and Daya, the Elvish monk, traverse the narrow tunnels of the Drow outpost. Now, you've already seen there is a symbol denoting that the house Bane, I think is how it's pronounced, are somewhere here, and this must be the place where they set up their own civilization before the Fomorians crushed them into the dirt. You also remember, with your natural 20 on history, that they escaped through a back passage in their fort.
And that's the back passage that we've just found.
Well, you're on the map. It's just going to load for you in just a moment. But you're free to move, traverse wherever you will. But tread carefully. You've already seen there are traps, and these mushrooms seem to be petrified.
I cannot see anything.
Oh,
Yeah, it's just got a black screen for me.
still loading by the looks. It says you're on here, but it says you're loading probably.
the game's crashed. Because I
Not
can't
loading.
modify my character sheet or anything.
Boy.
Oh yeah, you've all disconnected. Rough.
Oh boy.
Okay, gonna reconnect.
Okay.
Why is Foundry being so rude today?
Yeah, it's been really temperamental.
I'm not sure.
We
Maybe
really
we
need
need to install a module for it.
That might be it.
Yeah.
Need more hamsters, man.
Could be because I'm multitasking too many
I,
things.
I've been planning to upgrade them to gerbils at some point, but
Those things are expensive, man.
Get yourself a full-blown raccoon in there.
No, that's only for Bitcoin mining.
Oh, okay.
No. What you actually do is you get some cats on a treadmill, and you have handle rods like going against them to generate the static.
That'll do.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, right, I'm in.
Okay,
Yep.
yeah, I see it
Go
now.
back.
Don't know where we are.
We're in a little hidden entrance with what appears to be dead mushrooms.
Yes,
Okay.
indeed. You should see that there are walls, and you're you're flying around. I see.
Draw outpost. Whoa,
Uh,
there goes Nissa.
Nissa, your superior dark vision spots something. A sheen in the darkness. The metallic
wow.
exterior of a metal bull. Its horns are pointed to a tiny tip, and its hooves are currently laid down on the ground. It is guarding something, but it is sitting there like a watchdog.
Yeah. Nissa just sort of who I think rolled pretty high on stealth, if I remember rightly earlier.
You rolled a
Like,
23 and die. I need a stealth check from you because you're running headfirst into it.
Sorry.
Let's go.
Nissa gets to this point where she can sit and just raises a hand to tell Dyer to wait a moment, and it's just like
Sorry, I got excited for a bit. Stealth check.
it appears there's one of those Gorgon things from earlier.
18.
You know, the one you tripped into falling off a cliff.
Mm-hmm.
Could be the same one. I doubt it, but
Okay. This is the type of Gorgon that can turn things into stone. I am guessing by the looks of the surrounding vegetation. So
yeah,
we
big
don't want to
metal
look at it.
thing with the breath thing that paralyzed people. It uses. That was it, right? It was his breath that started turning people to stone. wasn't it?
Correct. Yep.
Yeah.
And that makes sense why mushrooms were able to be turned, as of course, if it was relying on sight, it would mean the mushrooms have eyes.
Yeah.
Well, that's not impossible either.
Okay.
Yeah,
So we
end of
avoid.
it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Uh,
it's very dark in here, isn't it?
Yeah.
it really is. I don't know what you can see, but I can't see much.
So,
That I'm a character as well.
yeah, so Nissa's
I'll light
going
up a bit.
basically raise her hand and tell you to wait because as this is a creature of the darks, she is hoping it relies on dark vision, so won't be able to see her. So she's just going to flip forward carefully to see what it's guarding.
Very well remembered. Utilizing the skills of a Gloomstalker rogue, or ranger rather, you do notice the creature has sat itself right in the hallway of a long tunnel. This is carved stone, cut stone rather. It has been man-made, or should I say elf-made. There's a scattering of bricks as well, as if like this thing has bust open the back entrance with its own horns. But you can clearly tell that it is sat there blocking the entrance. And that tunnel goes further and further in, such that your dark vision doesn't see the very end of it. But it goes deep into the rock. And I would also say you see another symbol of that drow house on the exterior.
Yeah, Nissa just sort of nods and flips back. And then it's like, okay, so it appears to be guarding an entrance. It looks like it smashed open that entrance. I'm guessing they know this where the secret passage was. Not so secret anymore. But I did have an idea.
I'm all ears, my friends.
What if we saw that trap back there that looked like it would drop a pretty big metal thing? What if we lure it back there and it gets trapped?
You mean trap the Gorgon? Do
Hmm.
we? What? Sorry, what kind of trap was it? I don't think I was here for that.
It
Like,
was a massive 20-foot by 20-foot grate.
On a hinge, it would have swung down and hit
okay.
something.
So we lure it out. It chases us and falls in the trap. That works for me, plan wise.
Yeah, I mean, I, I don't really see us being able to beat in an open fight. I mean, the last one you had to trick into falling off a cliff.
Well, at least we know that tricking things works. I don't want to fight it up close in the tunnels because I don't think that's going to go well for us. So yeah, do you think it will be lured out from that gateway? It's not going to stay in place, right?
I mean, if it stays in place, then we know there's something important behind it. We'll just have to do something more to psych it out.
True.
I'm just gonna try flitting past it and down a little bit more to see if there's anything
Go
else.
ahead. You go ahead.
Okay.
You fly past, and again, on silent little wings, the creature doesn't see you. You come down to this part, and I'd like you to make a perception check, Nissa.
Yeah. Like no health left.
Okay. Ahead, the ground looks kind of like rough. It doesn't look as smooth as it does elsewhere. The walls are even kind of more jagged. And just as you're looking, only because you've got like superior dark vision, I'm going to say the DC was a little bit lower than normal. And I have placed it on the map, so it's pretty obvious. There are two eyes almost perfectly opposite each other in the walls, and they are stuck in there in the jagged rock. They are unblinking. I don't know. That's what you see.
Okay, Nissa is going to.
They kind of look like reptiles' eyes, like a slit and a yellow kind of glow.
Yeah, Nissa will flip back and be like, well, not sure what it is exactly. But going further down, there appear to be on opposite sides of the wall what look like almost like lizard eyes embedded into the wall.
Okay.
They're like
Is
yellow and like slits. It's kind of weird.
Are they moving around like they're
Yeah,
alive, or are they just kind of
they
stuck
were
there?
unblinking, like staring at each other almost.
Hmm.
I'm worried that maybe if we break their vision between each other, it'll set something off or something.
Ooh, interesting. I've not seen this type of trap before, or spell, or protection, whatever it is.
Yeah. Is it familiar to Nissa at all? Like maybe a trap or something that she's gone before with the Fey Dark stuff?
Both of you can actually roll this. So I'll allow an Arcana check from both of you.
Arcana.
Oh my goodness.
If that's
It's not the natural 20.
ah.
Something about it seems familiar to perhaps, yeah, to both of you. It seems familiar. You've seen like an eye like this before. You can't put your finger on it. But I will say that you remember Varen and Sersha telling you about special protective wards that they placed in the main entrance to the Citadel of Torture. That was somehow able to spot even her, Sersha, who's quite a sneaky rogue, and she said that passing through there is nigh impossible without being detected at the very least. And she wasn't 100% sure as well, but she just knows there were certain wards that spotted her.
Okay.
Right, so our only choice then is to try to get past the Gorgon, really. So
Try to now. Are the eyes like behind the Gorgon in that tunnel, or are they further down?
They were further down, like if we didn't go down the Gorgon tunnel.
I'll move aside just so you can see what was described.
Okay, so that's where they are. So we can't go
Yeah.
down that tunnel without being seen. Our
Yeah,
best bet is to lure the Gorgon out and sneak down that corridor.
yeah,
Well, there is a grate. There is a trap. We know they can be lured by things.
yeah,
Yeah, you saw last time it was ferocious. It was like taunting a bull.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was.
yeah,
So she's going to take her quarterstaff and she's going to tie a bunch of ribbons and scarves, like unwrap some of her hand wrappings and tie it to the end of the staff to make a kind of a ribbon wand thing like they do in those gymnastics things. And she's going to start swirling it around. Go, okay. If I don't make it, you sneak past and you know do what you can for me. I'm gonna.
if you don't make it, I'll do what I can to. I think you wanted your stars back or something. I'll see what I can do. I'll help you
Yeah.
find
If tell the others. I mean, the others know. I think what I was trying to do. So yeah. I'll and she's kind of awkwardly just I guess.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and I have potions on me. So please raid my body if you can. There's
I think he's
Yeah.
hinting at
there's
drinking them now.
no such thing as modesty in death.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and I probably should. No, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna use wholeness of body, which I can do once per rest, and I haven't used it yet today.
Okay.
And that gives me, I think, 5 times my monk level of health. I should have had that on hand.
Okay, so you take a moment, compose yourself as you die, breathes in, breathes out.
What is it?
It's 3 times your monk level.
3 times the monk level?
Yeah,
Okay.
so that's like 21 hit points.
Okay,
It's
so
still
21.
good.
Yep.
Yeah.
Nice. That's a chunk load of health. And you haven't really been battered or bruised much. That poisonous gas really did a number on you. And
Yeah.
now, as you breathe in, you sort of cleanse your lungs for a moment, just breathing in and then exhaling any excess poison from your lungs.
Yep. Okay, good. And I'm going to score my shoulders and head down the corridor, twirling the thing ahead of me.
Okay.
And go, hey bull.
And
Hey
it's
bull,
just
where
gonna sort
are
of
ya?
pin herself against the wall so that it can just charge past her.
Yeah, exactly.
You hear a couple of stones being shifted as it gets to its feet. Then the metallic thuds of hooves. As it spots you, Daya, it immediately changes in demeanor, scraping its hoof across the floor, rearing its head forward, and charging.
Okay.
I'm assuming you're holding your action to dash away.
Yes. I will be dashing away, but I'm still waving it in every direction. Like trying to be unpredictable about where it's gonna go.
Using your nimble monk speed, you dash back down the tunnel, and are you leaping past the trap?
Yes,
Or
obviously.
are you gonna, okay, so yeah,
No,
you go over the wall.
I'm gonna leap past and pretend it's not there and hope and leave the lure behind me, like hovering just over the trap.
Okay. The bull charges straight over the tripwire, and you hear a chink as a chain is broken, and a huge metal grate, 20 foot by 20 foot, swings down, filling the entire tunnel. And as it swings, it catches the back of the Gorgon, like it's spanking it up the rear. And, well, it's going to make a dex save.
Please be bad at
That's
dexterity. Yes, it
bad.
is.
It doesn't have any time to dodge. It is
Nice.
charging forward, so it kind of goes with the momentum, but it's hit with such weight that even the metal Gorgon is flung off of his feet and sent so hard it flies over you and goes over your head, screeches and claws across the ground, leaving this almost crater into the tunnel. And yeah, its heavy metal form is just like
Is it knocked out, or is it
It's not knocked
disoriented, or
out.
just
I
down?
w- it's not unconscious by any means, but I will roll the damage anyway. It's not. It's gonna have some time to get back up.
Hmm.
I'm trying to think where you got hit. Okay, hold on. Let me just roll the trap damage. Yeah, it took 66 bludgeoning damage, which is bloodied, actually, believe it or not.
Ooh. Whew.
So it does look really roughed up by it, even though
Okay.
it's made of metal. The grate hit it with such force, it's like probably dislocated its insides. Who knows?
Hmm.
But it's bloodied and prone.
Okay,
Just like,
We will
run.
roll a quick initiative, just real quick.
Yep.
Because there's a potential it gets up and then just murders everyone. Okay, so Die, you're actually up again before it. So if you want to run back the other way, you can, or if you want to,
No,
I don't know, lay into
I'm gonna stay close to it. I want to take advantage while it's prone. And do I go first?
you do.
Okay. We are going to two-handed quarterstaff strike it.
You have
Choose
advantage.
the target. Nice. Do, 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 do.
Hmm.
18 to hit.
Ooh,
Mm,
that is just barely a miss, I'm afraid.
Oh shit. Okay, gonna do it again.
Okay. Your hit slams into the top of it, but it seems just
Oh
even
no.
armored, that's just a hit.
19 to hit.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
good.
literally what you need you to one away. But yeah, even though it's armored on the underside, you find
Mm.
perhaps its neck and just crack it on that,
Yeah, I'm
snapping
gonna
it back from the whiplash.
go for the weak spots. And I'm going to do a stunning strike.
Okay.
So it
Roll
has to
damage.
succeed on a con throw. Oh,
Okay.
damage still for 1.
Yep. Roll that damage.
not
10.
bad.
Nice. And I will roll it. We have a fail, ladies
That's a
and gentlemen.
fail. That's good. And yeah, we're gonna do some flurry of blows. Attack.
No, not like this. Not
14 is not gonna hit. No.
Nope, that's not. You just feel like you're breaking your wrist.
Monkey.
That's
25.
25 then.
Oh yeah. And then you line up a better punch.
Yeah.
In fact, you feel like using your open palm technique is actually the more advantageous here. Rather than trying to break your own knuckles,
Mhm.
you kind of go for more like the joints and the pressure points.
Yes. Yeah. I can see the breaks in the armor, and I'm gonna go rather than with a fist. I'm gonna go with a flat hand to
Mhm.
like a knife strike, right where it's gonna hurt the most.
Oh yeah. Okay. It is still alive after
And
even this onslaught.
um
How much did you do? You did like 21 points of damage,
20,
right?
just 21. Yeah,
Yeah,
not too
cool.
much.
Still,
That's
if you did that
87
again, you
overall.
reckon if you had perhaps one more round, you would perhaps take it. But Nitsa is in the back line. You've just seen the great swing round. One last thing I want to point out, Dyer, is that thing isn't going to reset. That trap is one and done. And as the great
Mhm.
swings forward, it's now swinging back. So I'm going to give you the one chance. If you want to get away from it, you're going to have to run back up the tunnel.
Okay, yes, I'm going to do that
Okay.
because yeah.
Um, as you do, it will take an attack of opportunity with disadvantage at you.
It can't,
That's-
it's stunned.
Oh yeah, never mind. What am I talking about? We're good.
Stunned.
Keep going.
Yep.
Yeah, you're up, Nissa.
Okay, so that great swing back.
On initiative count 20, it's swinging back.
Am I small enough to fit through the bits of the grate?
Potentially, yes, but I will still say a deck save is required. If you pass the deck save, I'll count it as if you have evasion and take nothing. Only because you're a tiny creature.
Because it's prone, which would be disadvantage, but it's stunned, which would be advantage, so it's flat. So and I get 3 attacks, so
You do.
I'm just gonna stay, at least because it's the first turn.
Let's see what you get.
Let's go. No.
Nope. Tink. Just skitters off the armor. Oh, that one
Okay.
finds purchase. Perhaps as it's opening its mouth, readying a breath weapon, you just shoot it right into the back of the throat for 11 piercing.
You know what? I haven't used my bonus action. I've still got this. If I remember rightly, Hex is the one that I took as the enchantment spell, so
One more shot like that and it's probably dead.
I'm gonna put a Hex on it, which I can only do like once a day without using spell slots. 'Cause of
Okay,
how I
you
got
really
it.
want this thing dead? Yeah, alright, sure.
Yeah. I know
Excellent.
I don't have the available spell slots. Piss off. So it'll do an extra 6 damage if I hit, I suppose. And I'm gonna say it will have disadvantage on strength checks
Okay.
because it's a big strong thing, so that seems like the best one to.
Okay. And your third and
Oh,
final shot. The Gloomstalker. Ooh,
God damn it.
no. That's a miss,
No,
I'm
no.
afraid.
But with that, I'm then gonna go 1, 2, 3. Actually, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, just gonna.
Going out of the way, around the corner.
Yeah.
Alright. Well, Dire's already done the deed by stunning the creature.
Yep.
It has no chance of dodging it as the grate comes on the way back, and you hear this almighty clatter as the thing impacts it once again on the way back. And everyone, the two of you see the Gorgon slide across the ground.
Wait, why am I moving still?
Oh god, sorry there. Coming back,
Yeah.
coming back. I had you selected. There we go. You see the Gorgon coming, sliding back, and slam into the wall,
Gruesome.
and it just has X's in its eyes.
Well, that
Okay.
worked.
That was a good plan. Congratulations all around.
Yep. Good. With the stun there, I really think that set it in motion.
However, with that almighty clatter,
Okay. Let's
hold on
not rest on our laurels too much. Shall we?
A noise.
1
Yeah.
second.
Uh-oh.
You hear a tremor, both of you. It's coming
Uh-oh.
from up the corridor. And they rolled really low on initiative. So you have a chance to get the fuck out of here. It's your turn, everyone.
Yep.
Yeah, we're running down the corridor. Down the
Down the hidden passage.
Pulling themselves free from the wall, Nissa. You
Oh
being
no, it's
invisible.
those things.
Being invisible, you are just barely out of sight. And you see two Dawn pulling themselves free, the 3 armed earthen elementals with jaws where their heads should be, coming around the corner to investigate what the hell that clattering noise was.
Okay, did we go up or down? Up or down? Down, probably, right?
Down, I guess.
Oh no, hold on. Don't worry. Oh, you actually on the next map. How'd you get over there?
I don't know. I'm down the corridor.
Okay, I'll tell you what's down there in a second. For now though, these Zorn make their way around, and because Nissa are not only invisible to them, you're also flying, which means their tremor sense also doesn't pick you up, which is a perfect combination for a Gloomstalker or a Ranger there. The two Zorn do find this thing though, the battered remains of the Gorgon. However, you are already long gone and inside the Drow outpost. So, with that, I'm going to drag you on the actual appropriate map.
Well, I'm glad we didn't have to fight those things. So I'm now wondering if putting them into the trap might have been just as good.
Okay.
Notes for future.
Did you know where they were? That they were there? Because I didn't know
Those
they
were the eyes in the wall.
Yep.
Mm,
And suddenly you remember, Dyer, those things came out of the wall when they were summoned. They like glided through the earth like it was
Mm.
water to them.
right.
And so what they were basically doing is standing in the wall with just their eye poking out.
Just their eye poking out. But I
Yeah.
thought it wasn't alive. Like they didn't look alive. But I guess that
No,
doesn't
they
matter.
were unblinking.
Unblinking.
Yeah, they were.
Okay.
Just to make
And that would make sense why Saoirse couldn't sneak past them, because no matter how stealthy you are, tremor sense will pick you up.
Mm. Brutal. Okay. Well.
Okay.
We're
Now you're in the
in.
corridor. The stone cracked marble before you is one of the hallmark signs of a drow fortress. The clean cut stone is a work of master craftsmanship. These drow knew how to build their empire, but nothing survives the ravages of time. Eventually, something will always rise to a stronger power, it seems. No king lasts forever, even as powerful as the drow were.
Upon my works, ye mighty.
But their cut stone has endured, and it is unsettling as you kind of look down. You almost see some of your own reflection in the dark marble.
I'm gonna very cautiously look around the corner, just make sure there's nothing lurking there.
Okay,
Still
you
pretty
peek
much
around.
pitch black, isn't it? So Nissa will be invisible, so it's just chilling.
That's, yeah, although this map is quite lit for you, it is only because of your dark vision that you're able to see. Everything is pitch black.
Are there any signs or symbols, any writing on the wall, any imagery,
There is
handy
Elvish.
arrows? Okay. Oh, I speak Elvish.
Yeah.
I also speak Elvish.
What does it say?
Well, it would say something like fire exit. The equivalent of. Yeah, this is like the escape entrance, and it's basically says something like "Do not obstruct hallway."
Nice.
This is for emergencies only.
Every spider needs a way to escape.
Absolutely.
Something
I'll
like
take it.
that.
Yeah. I'd like you
Okay,
both to make
keep going.
perception checks as you come into this more detailed chamber.
I don't like the look of that chamber even without a perception check.
22.
11.
There is a spider-like design over all the pillars, walls, ceilings. Everything has this cobweb design, but not just that. It is also indeed covered with cobwebs and dust, just naturally, because this place has been abandoned for many, many centuries. There is still, though, a sort of air of decadence and again, it's just the drow knew how to make their fortresses, and this place does still seem incredibly intact, all except this door right here. This is clearly busted off its hinges, but it doesn't look like it's been breached by like a battering ram or anything. It doesn't look like the door was sieged. It actually looks like it's been removed, like someone's come along, buckled the hinges, and just lifted the door away. In fact, as you come just around the corner, you see it. The door is left against the wall, resting there, and again, there's no signs of damage on it.
Is this something like that a giant would have done? Like come in and just lifted the thing off its hinges?
As you are thinking that, Dyer, you hear a thud, thud, thud.
Yo. Alright.
It's distant and echoes, but it stops. There's only three footfalls, and it stops. But it sounded distant. With the 22, I'll tell you, it's probably over 100 foot away.
Okay. Can I tell which direction it's coming from? Is it coming from south of
It
us?
echoed down this hallway. If you can see my
Okay.
ping.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. I'm going to very cautiously go through the door, the
Okay.
open door area.
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely stealthing, going very, very slow,
I would like
checking that I'm not pulling any traps or falling into any holes or what have you.
Okay. You are keen-eyed as you make your way right on around the outskirts. You head up a set of stairs, and you realize you're across a balcony, some
Mhm.
5 foot up from the rest of the chamber. And I'd like a new stealth check from you two. Okay.
Oy, 10.
10. Wow. What? How did you get so low? Oh, natural
I-
2.
Natural
Jeez.
2.
Okay, that's bad.
Yeah, that's
Um,
bad.
Nissa is just hovering, like you can't even hear her behind you.
Mhm.
The moment you get to about here, though, you're as quiet as you can make your footsteps. They still seem to clip clop against the smooth marble, and
Marble is one of the hardest things to sneak across. It
it,
rings
it
like a bell.
absolutely is. And you're not like wearing high heels or anything, of course, but even still, a couple of footsteps and that echoes, and then you hear thud, 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 thud. It's coming towards you. It's probably about 70 foot from you. What do you guys do? It's coming. It's getting closer.
We need Nissa's.
Thud.
Nissa's.
Boom.
Tyler runs into the room, closes the door behind this. It's like, let me in, let me in. I love it. You closed it on her face. That was unbelievable. Thud, thud, thud echoes into this chamber. It's on the other side of that door.
Mhm.
Yeah. Thud, thud. Thud, thud. Getting distant. Getting more distant. Going around the corner. The echoes become muffled. Gone down the same hallway you emerged from. You're going to have to act quick if it discovers the dead Gorgon.
Yeah.
But it's
This
not
is
going
just-
particularly fast. You hear its thuds at just a walking pace.
Yeah. We need to move.
You want to help her? Sorry, I didn't know if you wanted the door open. Inside this little squat chamber.
Wait, there is a chest over here.
Yes, there is. I knew you was going to get like, oh, chest. Okay. So along the tables, you see there is a metal set of chairs and tables, and again designed in cobweb design. The chest in the corner is caked in dust. It looks like this room was seemingly left in a hurry as well, I'll say, because on the table there's perhaps like a rotten meal. There are like bowls and knives. Like it was set out for a meal, but the meal has long turned to rot.
Yeah. Gary,
Okay.
are you any good at checking for traps?
Are you muted? No. I don't know, Dia, are you any good at checking for traps?
Daya?
I think we've lost her.
Oh, sorry. I'm here. I am proficient with thieves' tools, and I have good dex. So
Wow,
am I
okay.
rolling dex to?
I mean, it'd be investigation to look for traps, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it is investigation.
Okay. Let's see how
I'm
we
not
do
good at it. I only
here.
have
I've
a
been
+1
rolling
on
that
it.
crap all day. Ooh,
Coated
I
in
can't.
dust, making it
can't see
very
anything.
hard. Yeah, making it really hard to see if there's
Yeah,
anything on it.
Nissa will also give it a go to see if she's any better. She is not.
Again, just if you were to be able to, if you could see inside the lock or even see into the seams, you'd maybe get an idea. But
It's too dusty to tell. Should we try it?
Yes, because if it's drow treasure, it could be magical in some way. They were famed for magical weapons and things.
Okay. Is this a dex check?
yeah, sleight of hand or thieves' tools, whichever you're proficient with.
I am proficient with sieve tools.
Okay, then it would be a
Where
dex
is
check
that?
plus your proficiency. So
Okay.
roll dex, and we'll add +3. Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's +3, yeah. Ooh, that's a natural 20.
Oh my god. Okay.
31.
Oh, well, I gotta give you something now.
Because you did a dex saving throw, I think I already included the +3. But yeah,
Okay.
if it's empty, I'll be annoyed.
I don't know. Either way, I rolled a 20.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this makes the cutlery on the table look, well, just like they are cutlery. This is a shimmering dagger, and it has a silvery web-like filigree worked into the hilt. And it looks incredibly well made. Even has a sheen, even in the darkness. Not reflective though, but it just feels magical in the grasp of your hand. There's also, oh my goodness, you're in luck, Nissa. There is actually a massive quiver of 20 arrows in here.
I will take the 20 arrows. I could do 20 arrows.
Yeah. Yeah. So I remember you was running low, and you know what? Because you rolled a natural 20, I'm going to say they're +1.
Ooh.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Do you need those dire, or should I just take them? The arrows.
You go ahead with the arrows. I'll take the dagger if you don't mind.
Yep, that works for me.
Okay.
Cool.
And there's also some sort of silken cloak, and it's stitched with silver thread in a spider-like pattern, but it doesn't seem to be, at best guess, doesn't look magical. It was just sort of laid in here as the kind of bottom of the chest. They just didn't want him like sitting at the bottom getting dusty. This stuff was kind of wrapped up in this cloak.
I'm gonna take the cloak. What color
Okay.
is it?
It's a dark blue.
Dark blue.
Yeah, like almost kind of purpley blue. Yeah. No, we're just
Okay.
dark blue, you'd imagine, like almost the same as the marble kind of color. Even though look,
Okay. Yeah. Even if it's not. Even if it's not magical, I want to take it.
nice.
And are there any other like trinkets or like historical relics in this room?
Not in this room, by the looks, no.
Okay.
But what you can
So
tell,
just if on the way out there are any historical relics, brooches, buttons,
okay,
papers.
I'll keep a
want
note
it.
of that. But this does look like it might have been a like a barracks for, because there's weapons in here clearly, and this must be like the closest thing to the cafeteria, I guess. What's the word?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The mess.
Mess hall. Thank you. Yeah, but it looks to be like they've got each their own private little chambers to have their food in. So, okay, with that, the thumping has gone off into the distance, such that it's now out of earshot.
Okay. Should we get out of here before it finds the Gorgon? Yep.
Definitely.
Okay. Just quick look around. Can I do a quick perception check around this room to see if there's anything else of interest? I'm looking for signage, tokens, anything glowing with magic, any idols, any papers.
You can do in 3 steps time. In a 15 foot. Now you can make one.
Ooh, okay, that's better.
Okay,
22.
very good. Yeah, these look to be small offices to the left and right.
Mhm.
And you can see there is like a writing desk, again in a similar spider-like shape. There are bookshelves inside, and there does seem to be, yeah, obviously books on it. Some of them might have survived the centuries of time.
All right. Can I go south a little bit to the south chamber and
Mm-hmm.
quickly? Oh, there's a door here. Yeah. Again, having a look. I'm looking for not so much weapons at this point, but just anything valuable because Nissa and I
Okay.
are on our own. We don't know what's coming up.
All right.
And my sense of history is just like, ooh, it's an artifact. I want it.
Okay. There is lots of books on history and records, and just thumbing through them, you can see that it says the story is of House Bainray. Their ascension to the premier rank in the city was not known to any living drow. The only person who might have known the true history of the house is Yovanel Bainir, the former matron mother who took power in -7 DR. The drow of Menzo Beranzan, uh, Bainray was just, and always has been, the first house. History shows that even during periods of strife and political change, this house was always able to retain its position of power, even when the inevitable death of Yovanel Bainray during the failed invasion of the Mithril Hall in 1358 DR. The first house's power could not be usurped. And he continues talking on about how their lineage was passed down, and this was the most powerful empire in Drow history. And yet, reading this is kind of ironic that you're reading it in the abandoned fortress, now left as a ghostly reminder that no one is indestructible.
Is there anything that looks like it might detail maps of the Underdark here? Not the Underdark, the Feydark. How the either vegetation, natural elements, animals, native species,
This seems to
types of
be
rock,
a
not
okay.
just like the family history is nice, and I'm going to not sure if I want to take it if there's other stuff, but
Do you speak deep speech? Oh no, you do. Undercommon?
got
Anyone speak Undercommon?
no.
Okay.
I've got
There is
Elvish, Celestial, and
Elvish
Common.
is probably the closest. You do look around. A lot of the books are in Undercommon, so it's hard to know really what they would detail. But you can see there is on the door. It does say in a couple of languages that this is a office for like history and records, and so maybe somewhere deeper in the compound, you might find a room that details maps, like a cartographer's room and
Yeah.
such. But this is clearly the lawkeeper of the Drow, and you're not going to find
Okay.
every book in here. But
I'm gonna take the most recent looking book
okay,
and
drums
just
in
tuck
the
it.
deep, they come. They come. Yeah, that's probably
Pretty
the
much.
last thing. If there's no way out. Oh wait, yes there is. Run for your lives.
Run.
In fact, some of the bookshelves do look like a little bit messy, where some people have taken the most recent ones.
Okay.
But this one was left behind, it seems.
Yeah, it looks like both
Okay.
the rooms have.
What's in the other room? Yeah. What type of books are in
Okay.
here?
This one seems to be on the door. You can see it talks about political relations.
Ooh. Now that's more like it.
Okay. What relations of what's the word? Relevance now? You're not so sure. But you can learn a bit about the matron mistress of Arachnilith, or maybe Gomph Bainray, or even the Archmage of Berazan. There's loads of detailed books on particular people and their station.
Hmm.
Also, there's
Is
information on rival houses as well.
I think
Houses.
I'm not so much interested in rival houses as rival
Yeah.
species. Like,
Oh,
did the
okay.
Drow versus the Fomorians, or versus the giants versus the dwarves, something like that.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
The Drow are known as a xenophobic race. They
Hmm.
have enslaved most others underneath them. Dwarves are probably the biggest denominator here.
Hmm.
Though, what happened to the dwarves? You're not so sure, because they looks like they had a vast empire somewhere deep to the southwest of the Feydark. But Nissa, you've not seen any dwarf kind for the longest time, and you can only assume that they were wiped out when the Fomorians took over.
Yeah.
Or perhaps something more recent. You're not 100% sure, but it does say that they had a settlement, and it was near a place called Candlecliff. Candlecliff.
Mm. Yeah.
And the dwarves, obviously, although they had dark vision, they didn't have as good a dark vision as the drow did. So they were usually known for their lanterns and candles and such. So that would be where they made their wax.
Hmm.
But yeah, it's you've not heard or seen dwarves down here for a long, long time.
Hmm. Now, grab what books you can or feel you need. We can't wait for too long.
No.
And
Yeah, I'm gonna grab things that look like interspecies conflicts.
Okay.
Uh,
And there's of course,
mhm.
without need, really needs to be said, the Fomorians are one of their biggest concerns. In
Oh
fact,
yeah.
the book on the table, laid out, open, is the one all about Fomorians. It looks like they were trying to do any last minute research they could, because they were in deep. They had enemies on all sides. The Fomorian tribes banded together and overthrew them. You know that much. But it seems as though their records detail how unorganized they were and how the tribes were warring amongst each other. And that they always detail them in a nonchalant fashion, as if they don't even see them as threats, because they're always warring with each other.
Hmm.
Hateful, spiteful creatures that only want destruction. And it says, I hope that they keep their destruction to themselves. At least that way, they're not a problem to worry about.
Right. Well, that I'm definitely taking. Um.
There were number of generals,
Mhm.
and I'll tell you. Actually, hold
um, just looking through the books, are there any mention of the Illithid? Because they were obviously would be another big threat in the Underdark to Drow.
Yes, there is. Though
Yeah.
the Drow made it their mission to extinguish, yes, extinguish
Mm,
their existence from the Underdark. In
yeah.
fact, that's probably the enemy they focused the most on. Not the dwarves; they were used for
Yeah.
enslaving. They're useful builders. Not the Fomorians, far too brutish, and you don't want to get into an open warfare with them. But the
Yeah.
Illithids, they were 100% something that needed to be eradicated for the good of all the Underdark, and they
Though
went
it
about doing that.
though it is interesting because it's just out of character that the matron of House Benair did actually have a mind flayer companion for a while.
Did they know?
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Perhaps it was all to gather intel. The Drow are
Possibly.
known for backstabbing. They probably
Yeah.
did it just so they could get closer to their kind.
Yeah.
Um, of the generals listed and the tribes, there is Vrokras, who is the uh, the disformed king. He was supposedly one of the most powerful. And what else is there? Okay. There is Cludbrog. Cludbrog, the Skull Collector. And he was one of the most savage of generals. He didn't even care about power. He just wanted effectively notoriety, or more like infamy. He just wanted to collect heads, as many as he could. Made it his own personal mission. In fact, it details even a psychological analysis of him, stating that he had what's it called? I'll have to look it up.
Childhood trauma that explains all this.
Hold on, I'll find it. What's it called? It's like I'll find it in a second, but the psychological analysis on each of these generals, noting their weakest kind of Achilles heel, stuff that they could use against them should the time come.
Does this Cludbrog sound like the guy that we met earlier who had the skulls and the bones wrapped around him? Like he had a set of bone knuckle dusters and giant sized ribs and human skulls and like
he did, and you matched that description. Did you get the name of that guy? You didn't, did you, in the end?
No.
I don't think we did. No.
No. Okay.
We got the name of a guy named Ukvar or Akmar Akwar.
Okay. He's listed here as well.
Yeah. Okay.
And
so that one we got his name, but but the other one with the skulls we never got his name. I don't think.
Okay. So, no, these ones are different generals to the ones you fought, it seems.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
What else? I'm still trying to find what it's called. It's a list of... I'm looking through lists of manias. Obsessed with killing. Dacnomania.
Oh. Okay.
That's what he had. And whereas it seems... What's his name? Oh, the chat's going so far. Whereas Brockruss was a megalomaniac. And of course, they all share similar traits where they were once vain and beautiful, and now they become spiteful and hateful of any beautiful race. Thus, it all kind of fits together why they attack the Drow. Drow, one of the most vain races there are. Not all races, but of course, Drow are most xenophobic. They would see themselves as better than everyone. Okay. You've spent a lot of time like reading here. At this point, you hear a thudding sound coming back down the corridor. Thud,
Yep,
thud,
we are
thud.
going to go.
It sounds this time it's like it's walking with purpose.
Yeah.
Like it's not just sort of milling around.
Yeah.
Straight forward or down?
I got no idea at this point, but if we go down, it's those don't look big enough for it to be able to get through.
Thud, thud, thud.
Okay.
I saw you just run in and then run out.
Yep.
As I see you run...
Oh shit!
You're running around like a rat in a maze.
I'm trying to see.
As
Me
you
as a
kind of-
player, not Daya as a person.
As you quickly double back on yourself, you see the giant actually whoosh past you, filling the entirety of the corridor, and only because you're literally just around the corner, just barely misses you, and then thud, 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 thud. You hear it coming down here, and I see you back away again, just in time, as it makes its way around.
Mm-hmm.
It's using the larger corridors, but of course you guys are able to get into nooks and crannies like mice beneath the floorboard.
Yes.
You've seemingly gone into a storeroom, Nissa. All of the food stores have gone to waste. You can smell wine somewhere around here, but this room itself doesn't have barrels. You can smell wine nearby.
Nissa's going to have a look around in case there's like a hidden passage, because if anyone's going to hide a hidden passage, it's probably a drow.
Sure, you can follow your nose. Roll a perception check.
Damn it! The dice keep betraying me. Keep going. Oh, one of those is a really high roll. God damn, why is it always the other one?
You have to stifle a sneeze as you sniff in some of the more dusty areas, and a fairy sneezing must be incredibly quiet because you don't hear the thud come back the other way.
Right, I can smell wine, but I can't see wine. I
Are
would
there
keep
any-
looking, but
Okay.
right now,
Yeah, we can. Do we want to keep exploring, or should we just follow that guy out?
probably
I'd like-
follow him because he's probably going to a more of a central area, which would need to go, I guess.
Yeah, that makes sense. Can I have a quick look around the room for anything that looks like a potion bottle
Ooh,
before we leave?
Not in this room. Looks mostly like food stores.
there's
Okay.
a door here.
Yeah.
I
Ooh.
As you come out of the room, did you just open the door? I just heard you.
We just went into the new room.
Okay. Yeah, there seems to be another chest, more crates.
Yeah. Let's investigate for traps.
This chest doesn't look as finely made as the other one. It looks kind of like just a storage trunk.
I rolled a 12 on my investigation for looking for
And
traps.
it would be unlikely that it's trapped, but you don't see anything on it.
Okay, I open it and see if there's anything inside, assuming it's not locked.
Okay. You actually don't see much in here. There's just kind of, what are they called? Like, there's crowbars, there's tools, there's mortar and pestles, there's like cooking equipment, ladles, bowls, that kind of stuff, like kitchenware.
Nothing that appears particularly useful.
No.
And then I'm just
Okay.
going to flitter over to this other door and have a look. Aha! Barrels!
This is where the wine is.
Nissa's eyes go wide as they are privy to a stockpile of fine drow wine,
Nissa
and it
just
is
sort of
untouched.
Nissa just sort of looks at her water skin. And then at the blood potion, and then at the oil of tag, and it's just like, I mean, I have ways I can get water in the future, but I won't get wine very often. She's just gonna look for someone and just pour out her water, take like a decent swig of the water skin, and then pour the rest out and try to. Are any of the barrels like got taps on them?
These ones don't, no, but they're easy enough to unseal if you wish.
Yeah, I'm going to just
You could even
unseal
use
and
a
fill my.
dagger or an arrow.
Yeah, I'm just gonna fill my water skin with drow wine.
As it glugs in, you hear a bellowing in giant around the corner. And it says something like, "Yield your tongue, Figstiggerod Hild." And it sounds like it's talking
I
in giant.
speak giant.
You do? Okay.
What
Yep.
is he saying?
Something killed the Gorgon and set off a trap. The Zorns had not found it. The other giant replies, and it says, Be on high alert. If that damnable paladin has made it past the front line, I want to have his head.
But I didn't do anything.
Nissa looks to Dyer and then it's just like, do you think you could carry one of these barrels?
I could. Can I carry one? I could probably
Yeah.
roll one, but
What's your strength? That's all.
strength is.
Oh, I mean, 8. Yeah, you could roll one.
Yeah.
Lifting one would be like really encumbering. You'd
Yeah.
probably be able to like
Mm,
just
If
about
it's
do
if
it.
it's a small one, like a small keg, but not a big barrel.
yeah.
You could do it, but you would be like heavily encumbered. Everything
Yeah.
would be like a disadvantage.
Okay.
You'd be moving like 5
Let's
foot.
ignore that. But I
Okay,
wish
but
I had.
did you hear what he said though? The front line.
Yes.
Does that mean we're close to the front line? That's a good thing.
Possibly. It probably also means that, or they think that Dawn has pushed forward from the front line and gone further in, but
On the other
it's
hand,
not often I get mistaken for a paladin.
no. I mean, it's not great that they're on high alert, but
Yeah, you
they're
see
looking
2
for
stars.
they're looking for Dawn. Dawn is very, very bright. You are not very bright, and I can hide.
Yeah.
So
That is true.
we can hide in places they won't look for him, I think. Maybe.
Yeah.
It's not as good as them not being an alert, but it's not
Yeah.
the worst. Okay.
Get rid of the ambience and put on high alert music. Also, yeah, you see 2 stars. Oh no, let's put 3 stars raised in the corner of your screen.
Yeah. I'm wondering.
Yeah, thank you. That's the 2
Yeah,
stars.
Ness is just sort of considering this. Dyer found a cloak, right?
Yep.
From what Nissa knows of Drow, would Nissa know what that is?
Oh, sorry, say that again.
The cloak that Dyer found, would Nissa know what that is, potentially?
Yeah, it is just simply a drow cloak that they would have worn to, go undercover. Whatever you looted from, it could have even been a Gloomstalker themselves with arrows and daggers.
Yeah,
Or maybe a rogue.
So it wasn't like a Cloak of Elvenkind or a Poafwi, for example.
No, it's not. The detailing's nice, but it's not something that you would recognize as a magic item.
Okay.
So it's not a cloak of Elvenkind then, because
No.
as an elf, would I know would I recognize that if I saw it?
I would say, yeah, you would definitely recognize one if you saw it.
Okay,
Yeah.
and this is not special. That's fine. I'm gonna wear it anyway.
It probably will
Because
help
it's
you
darker.
blend
It's
in a lot.
darker than my white and gold look.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true.
Right. Nissa
Right.
is just gonna
Nighttime dire activate.
yeah.
Yes.
Nissa, after filling her water skin with wine, will just sort of try to do something to sort of seal the hole that she made. Just like stuff it with some cloth or something,
Okay.
so that the rest of the wine doesn't leak on the floor.
Gotcha. Yeah.
And then just sort of points and it's like, if I survive this and we win this war, I'm coming back for you.
I'll be waiting, says the Minotaur.
Okay.
Nissa's gonna flit ahead and just sort of see if she can see anything being invisible. Oh god, no.
Yep. Did you say, oh, I'm dead now?
No, god, no, I was like, oh god, no. Nissa sort of gets to here and then just sort of raises a hand to tell Dad to stop, and he's just like, and I'm like, you can't see me even if you wanted to. And just sort of gestures for Dad to hide.
Okay.
Okay.
God. Yeah, so you're gesturing to hide?
Yeah.
You back away.
I'm back away, back into the wine cellar.
And then Nissa
Roll me a
is
new
going...
stealth check, you two, because you're on high alert now.
Yeah.
These guys are on high alert, rather. And this time, rather than beating their passive perception, it's going to be an active check.
20.
So, and the perception is +8.
Oh,
Oh my
no.
lord.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
natural
Oh.
one.
No.
Get
Yes.
Oh my god.
So
That was like-
Nissa's
Walk
just gonna
straight
dart
past
over to
you,
this
Nissa.
side
one of the
and then
Our
just sort
levels
of
through.
flip down and just sort of
Unbelievable.
find Dire and just be like, just sort of like, come on, quick.
Following you.
Oh no, back, hide,
Back,
hide,
back.
hide.
Okay, back in the wine cellar.
This
Damn.
one is even more obscenely big. His bulbous shoulders seem to like scrape across the ceiling, knocking over any chandeliers that must have once swung there. Yeah, with him he drags a club across the marble flooring. A nail stuck through the end lets out this screeching noise as it scrapes and claws against the smooth surface.
Oh, that's the worst part.
Question: do Fomorians like alcohol?
Well, who doesn't? Name a race that doesn't like alcohol. And I'll tell you,
know.
they are fake.
Nissa just sort of considering something. No, we don't have time, and if they were further away, maybe, but like,
Okay. If
Go
they
on,
could get
quick.
their disformed hands on it, then they would drink a lot of it.
But
Yeah.
it's too small.
They would treat that barrel like it was a flagon.
yeah. Nissa's just sort of considering this
Or a shot
as
glass, maybe.
Nissa's just sort of considering this as a idea. How much? We probably don't have time. No, right, let's go, quick.
Okay.
Let's hope we
Natural
don't have
one.
time.
I can't believe he just walked straight past you. You're just like
Yeah.
buzzing next to his ear, and he's just like, like itches his, maybe even like breathe in his ear, and he kind of like itches it. Doesn't notice you at all.
Alright,
Hey, very carefully
let's-
peeking around.
there's
Okay.
some side doors.
There are some more side doors and more dusty pews.
Okay.
Oh, Nissa found a locked door.
Oh no, if it's locked. Dire, can you open it?
I am going to open it.
Okay.
Nissa's just gonna sort of hide here and just.
Ugh, no, 12.
12?
Oh, plus,
Oh, no,
plus
but-
3, 15. Just
Sorry,
15.
Oh, 15. Okay. Yes, the door is unlocked. And you feel the pins kind of click into place and you open it up.
Okay.
And inside, it looks like more storage supplies, but this was locked for a reason. And in the corner, there's a very, very tasty looking chest. Tasty
Alright.
'cause it's the
Check for traps.
tasty because it's the color of wine. But yes, you can check the traps on this one.
Give me the hype. Yes! It's the hype
and
all
it's
this time.
As you look inside the lock, there is an extra mechanism. And there's a tiny, tiny point of a needle that's jutting inside the lock.
Okay, this one is trapped. So you're gonna have to disable the traps as well.
Okay. I will use my dexterity plus, or my thieves' tools to disable the trap. That's a 23.
Oof, okay, yeah. Using a tiny pair of tweezers, you grab a hold of the needle and pluck it out. It's not hard to remove because it's meant to fire forwards. So you almost just,
Yeah.
it's almost like pulling a bolt out of a crossbow.
Yeah.
There is, however, still the kind of mechanisms inside that hasn't been triggered. However, that needle was meant to get in the way of adjusting the pins. So without needing to set off anything, you begin picking the lock as
Yeah.
well, which you
Does
can
the needle
roll another
appear to
thing to check for.
Okay. I want to, but I'm just going to make a note that I want to wrap the needle in something and keep it with me.
Okay,
just in
you
case
can
it's
write.
useful later.
Oh,
Okay. Okay.
Yep.
And let's try again to unlock the lock. 21.
oh my god, yeah, you crack it. Inside are bottles and bottles of a. What does it look like? It's kind of a purplish like liquid. And
Mhm.
each one of the tops is stoppered with like a little spider's head. It seems to be almost like biting into the cork.
Is
Ooh,
this what I
ooh,
think it
drow
is?
poison? Oh, is it? Oh,
Is it
Have
poison
we just
or
found
spider climb?
bottles of? Have we just found bottles of drow poison?
It is drow poison. Typically
oh,
only made
sick.
by the drow
It's drow
and
poison.
far removed from any sunlight. The creature subject to this poison must succeed on a DC 13 con save or be poisoned for an hour. If the saving throw fails by 5 or more, the creature is also unconscious.
Oof.
Right, we're taking a few of those.
We're taking a few of those.
How
How
many
many
are
can we
there?
take?
You can each roll a d8.
Okay. Go on, dice, don't fail me.
Oh wow, 6 bottles of drow poison. That's 6 uses, just so you're aware. And 7
7.
uses.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Very
Awesome.
nice. So you take 6, Nissa. Dia takes the other 7. It can be applied to a weapon, such as an arrow or a sword, as an action. And then once that hits, it will then apply the effect as well as the damage. So it has to be on
Nice.
an injury.
Okay. How long does it last once it's been applied? Like, is it has to be used within an hour type thing, or is it permanently poisoned?
Typically, it's always. Oh, actually, I don't know about that. It's a good question.
Because aren't there some types of poison where you have to use it within an hour, or the
This,
poison sort of wears away?
yeah, this particular poison is very tricky to keep going. Reason being is if drow poison goes in any form of light,
Mhm.
it is nullified. So
Okay.
really, this is something you want to be applying and then firing. So long as you're within darkness, you can keep them active. But it's not something you can say like apply the day before and then walk around. Some sunlight may get in it and then nullify it.
But I mean, like, if I put it on my shiny new knife right now and put the knife back in a sheath, could I use it at the, like, if we run into somebody tomorrow down here?
If you put it in the sheath, you're gonna basically ruin this. You're gonna ruin like the sheath and such. I'll say
Mhm.
this: it can stay on the weapon so long as it doesn't encounter sunlight. But as soon as
Okay.
you like put it back in a quiver or into a sheath, it's kind of gonna smear away,
Okay.
or it might like soak into the sheath. So you could have someone like if you're sitting up in like a sniper position, you could like
Mhm.
rest them all against the wall, have them all coated in poison, and fire from it. But if you put
Yes.
them back
Okay.
into a quiver, you're gonna ruin the
You
effect.
lose it.
Yeah.
Okay.
You could
All right.
also similarly have it readied on a weapon as you're exploring a dungeon, and just it'll be ready for the next strike.
Mhm.
But as soon as you put it back in your sheath, you're kind of smearing it, and it's the sheath will absorb it.
Okay.
I think that's fair.
I'm
Yeah.
going to take one of the uses. I'm gonna dip my new +1 knife in it, and I'm gonna tuck the knife into my belt without the sheath, so that I have it
Okay.
on hand and ready to use.
Okay, gotcha. Alrighty. The next chamber, Nissa. I don't know if you can see them or not.
Yep, I can.
Yeah. All right. There is a massive spider altar, and it's kind of built to be like a flat surface that they could perform like some sort of rituals on, perhaps. Does feel like an air of magic in this room. There are these strange crystals that give off this dark blue hue. And on the ceiling as well, there's like depictions of more spiders, webs, statues, and all kinds. It'd be Cameron's like worst nightmare, just waltzing in here. But sitting atop that altar, using it as like a stool, is a gigantic Fomorian. One of his eyes is so deep set into his eye, it almost looked like he had a skull instead of a face. All of his flesh is mottled and bumpy with warts, and where his hand was perhaps once like humanoid, it's now turned into like claws and like almost looks like a reptilian's arm. He's got these massive, large braces as well. But yeah. What
Does
else
it
do we
see
have?
Nissa?
Nope, because she is invisible.
She's invisible. I'm not going to turn the corner until she tells me.
Yeah, and this is just sort of trying to consider what her best move in this situation is. Just gonna flip back and be like, okay, so there's the Fomorian in the next room, and he's kind of sitting in a position where I don't see a way to sneak past him.
Yeah, especially for Eunice, that stuff there gives off light.
Yeah, and I'm not going to be able to sneak up to him like I was thinking, because there's something giving light. So,
Is it another thing where we could lure him out and then hide in the room we just hid in? Because
that's not a bad shout. Okay.
let's see what's in. I want to see what's in this other room first.
Yeah.
Is it locked?
No,
You want me to find out?
I can't go forward.
She better click it. There you go.
Oh, there we go. Yep.
Alright. Yep, you open it up. These barrels look empty. These are like, looks like an empty storage room where they would throw like used stuff ready for like, basically, yeah, trash.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Nissa's considering things, and it's just like, okay, hide in the other room.
Okay.
And then there's like a table here, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Nissa is basically going to. What is Nissa going to do? What is Nissa going to do? I'm sure I've got a spell for this purpose.
I have an idea. I don't know if this I don't know if this matches with what you were thinking, or if you were just looking to hide, but these empty barrels will probably roll pretty far. And the full barrels will probably catch fire pretty well. So I say well, actually, the barrels in this room where I am, are they full of wine as well, or are they empty?
They're empty, but you can see the stains of wine where they once held it.
Yeah, okay. So they're not going to catch on fire, but we can roll them down the hallway, down these stairs, give it a little bit of momentum. It's going to create a bunch of noise, and hopefully, well, I don't know if the guy in the next room is going to chase them. Maybe that's not a good idea.
Damn it! It's a
Maybe
shame
he'll be expecting his guard to chase it.
It's a shame we don't have a consumable poison. There is one thing I could try, but they're normally pretty good at. They're normally pretty tough con-wise.
What's that?
Well, I could try shooting with an arrow soaked in drow poison and hope it knocks him unconscious.
Oh my god.
Yeah. We do have some explosive mushrooms if we want to cause another distraction. That's kind of all I got here.
Oh, don't forget that they're also hard to see. You can literally lay them down as traps.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
But,
To be honest, I can shoot them 3 times before they get a chance to react.
They basically have
and
the
I would
property
have
of light
advantage
growth.
on the first hit.
Oh my god, yeah, here we go. Knock out the guard.
If you have 3, I can fire at least once in a turn.
Yeah.
I can fire once in a turn.
Yeah. Right. So what I'm thinking is if we set up the explosive mushrooms like here-ish,
Mhm.
I try to knock him unconscious, and then if they try to run back, we dip in here, they trigger the explosive mushrooms, they take some damage, and because this door is meant to be locked by their mind, they hopefully
They
won't
won't
think
think
to look inside.
Okay.
So
Question
if you start,
okay.
yeah,
Yep. I'm gonna dip one of my arrows in the poison as well,
yeah,
Okay.
and
I'm
say
gonna get
okay.
3, and I'm gonna use the +1 arrows.
Okay. +1 arrows dipped in drow poison. Are you getting all 3 of them ready?
Yep.
So you're just setting them down on the
Yeah.
ground because you can't like hold arrows or well you can actually hold arrows while firing arrows. But
Yep.
yeah, either way, you've got 3 dipped in poison. Yep.
Yep.
Okay. You take 18 seconds to do this. So you like 1,
Yep.
2, and then you've got them all ready. Daya, what are you preparing?
I've just got my short bow. I'm gonna use my short bow with a poison tipped arrow.
Okay.
Because I can only do one per turn, so I don't think I can do 3 at once.
Okay then. I'd like you to roll initiative. At the top of the surprise round, Daya. Sorry, Nissa actually.
Yep. Okay, so which means I've got advantage, and at this point I wish I was an assassin rogue. But let's
Okay.
go.
The first hit has
Arrow.
advantage. Hits after that
I thought
will also be advantage. Because actually, this glow of the light does kind of illuminate a little bit. We'll see. Okay, he's just going straight for it. 19 is, of course, a hit.
Yeah.
10 points of piercing damage and a con save.
And actually, let me just check. Is my dread ambusher thing only on the extra attack?
Okay,
Okay.
actually,
Only
yeah,
the extra attack.
I'm gonna also do 4 arrows with the poison instead of just 1. Just
Okay.
dip a couple.
Make the first one.
You've got 4 arrows.
Yes.
Yep. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Here comes my second shot.
Okay, hold on. So the first shot, you aim trying to get like maybe in the neck, in the jugular, where it's going to be most effective in the bloodstream, and it's a clean hit. Oh, not! And he like goes to lift up his arm and swat it, almost like pushing the arrow deeper in.
Yeah.
At that point, he notices the hell. He looks around, trying to see where it came from.
And gets hit with the second one.
It does, because you're invisible. As soon as you enter into this room, Nissa, you're visible,
Yep.
okay?
Yeah, I'm not entering that room. That's not part of the plan.
Okay, I'm just letting you know that room is illuminated. But you're firing from the corridor just out of sight, where it's darkest. And of course, 9 points of piercing and another con save.
Come on, dice.
Ooh.
That's a fail, unless they have advantage. It doesn't fail by 5 or more.
No!
But he's poisoned. But it's not by 5 or more, so he's not unconscious.
So just as he's about to use his reaction, he like leans forward, trying to get up out of the the altar, and as he does, he's like, and just thuds head down into the marble. It's really painful, but he's got a hard, mottled, scabby face, so you reckon he's okay, but he is unconscious.
Oh, we're actually
he's unconscious?
Oh wait, no, he isn't. He's
poisoned, but not.
Sorry,
he's
I
just
thought.
poisoned.
Yeah,
He's not
you have to
unconscious.
roll.
He has to. He would have to. Technically, he would need to. Yeah.
7. Okay, my bad.
Which he can't do. Thinking about it.
Oh god. Okay, well then.
No, wait. No, they can. He needs to roll a 1 or a 2 on the dice.
Okay, cool. And that's fine then.
Actually,
Definitely...
no. Or a 3 because that'd be an 8. So
suddenly, the creature like leans back up and like shakes his head. Falling asleep on the job. Huh?
Have a third arrow.
For a moment, they think they've literally fallen asleep, and then they turn and realize what's actually going on as another arrow flies into the room.
And because this is my dread ambusher, it does an extra bit of damage.
God. So we've done 10 plus. It was a +1, so an extra 1.
No, this should already be adding in the plus.
Oh, it
one.
is, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
set it up.
Sweet.
So that's 17, 27 damage, 30 damage I've done.
30 damage. Yep.
Oof.
A little bit more as well somehow. Oh, the 3.
Because of my dread ambush on the extra attack. He needs to make another con save. I can't remember what poison does in this sort of situation.
Poison, they have disadvantage on everything.
Yes, disadvantage on this.
Oh my lord.
That'll do it.
Oh my god. How
Could
many
not have worked
doses?
out.
Oh,
Beautiful.
how many doses of poison does it take to fell a Fomorian?
3.
3 by the looks. Yeah. It's like trying to take down an elephant with a tranquilizer dart. You're just going to need truckloads of doses. Okay.
And then I'm just like, right, let's go.
That was beautiful. This isn't the guy we're trying to kill, is it?
No.
No. Okay, but that was amazing. Sneak, sneak. Are there any amulets or magical items that I can quickly thieve on my way down the corridor?
Sorry.
Does it seem to have any anything special on it that looks worth stealing?
This
Or in
place.
the room?
Okay, so this place has been thoroughly looted because it's a room they can actually access.
Yeah.
Everything of anything like magical or treasure, completely gone. The only thing are these crystals that illuminate. They have a continual light cast on them.
But does he have anything magical on him?
Oh, does he have anything? Yeah, that's a different story. Okay. He has got a massive flail, and it is ending with 3 chains, and they look like the size of wrecking balls.
Finally.
Yeah. Unfortunately, no one can probably wield this, but
Can I lift it?
it is way too heavy.
Okay.
In fact, to give you an idea, I'll drop something in the chat.
Right.
Like even just to take it away from him and hide it so that he can't use it for the next turn.
It would make an absolute racket moving this thing because it's a flail. It's all chain and balls.
Yeah, let's go there.
Okay, wait a minute. If he's unconscious, can we just slit his throat? Will that wake him up? Can we just kill him?
If he takes even 1 damage, he will wake up.
He would wake up. Okay, so we can't slit his throat. That's fine.
Yeah.
We'll slit his throat next time. Oh, okay.
God.
Yeah.
You do not want to be hit by that thing.
No.
Let's go.
Other than that, he has massive wolf pelts, armor stitched together, leathery patches. Looks like he's put tents as shoulder pads. But yeah, sorry, yeah. So you could keep moving on. All right. Up ahead of you is another Fomorian Nissa. This one has a massive bowl, and it is filled to the brim with skull. On his back, he wields a club the size of a redwood. There's a high ponytail kind of tied back, and his hair kind of dangles like in mats with 2 trinkets at the end of them. He is covered in battle scars. You can see there's one looks like a dragon clawed across his chest, and he still survived. Yeah, his muscles are bulging. This guy looks like he is of very high station.
Does he look like he's looking this way, or is he
Nope.
focused on his
Well, that's the creepiest part. Is he is looking straight forward, but his malformed eye is twitching and looks in this direction.
Damn. I can
But
sneak
it
up.
doesn't just stay looking in that direction. It does seemed to like look across because it heard a thud, right? But it wasn't enough to go and investigate. If it was like a big smash or something, maybe. But these things are stomping around everywhere. So he looks momentarily with his malformed eye, and then he looks away again.
Alright. This is
Oh,
gonna
he-
put you.
Also, he's sat cross-legged on top of another spider altar, and he's got the bowl on his lap, and it's almost like he's using it like a bowl of popcorn. Because occasionally you see he kind of gets bored and rises, picks up a skull and puts it in his mouth, and you hear the bone crunch in his jaw.
Okay.
Right.
Game plan? Poison?
Game plan at the moment, possibly. Well, we could try the poison again. Well, the chance that'll work twice.
There are also
Okay.
2 doors to your left and right.
Yeah. Let's see if we can.
Do we
And there's no illumination.
Is there any chance we could sneak by him?
I'm gonna
Or-
go check to see what's in these doors, and if you just wait there,
Mm-hmm.
see if there's like
I'm gonna
another
ask-
passage.
I think it's going to be another stealth check at this point. This might be the last one you need to make as well. I won't say anything more than that.
Mm,
Oh, that's
Okay.
not good.
that's maybe not
Yeah.
necessarily a good thing. 19. Oof.
Okay. So you're very well hidden behind the door there. Just as you pass back around, so you're waiting for the moment when his eye kind of twitches forward, but it's so erratic and it's hard to know because his head doesn't tilt, but it's on the side of his head, and it suddenly twitches back down the corridor just as you're making your move. However, got disadvantage to see you because you're invisible. So we'll roll the perception check and get a 19. Oh boy.
Mm,
Okay. It hears a fluttering noise. Obviously, it can't see you, but it hears something for sure. Oh dear. It starts to get up. It puts his bowl down and lifts up the club. Hmm? Tiny wing. And he steps forward. I'm going to roll initiative just in case this does resort to something. Don't feel like you need to kill
mhm.
him on sight, but just this isn't actual combat. This is just we're going to
Yeah.
go by order. Okay. So he gets up. Nissa, you're up first.
Okay.
He's standing.
Hoping the die is sort of peeking round the corner, sort of tries to gesture for them to hide somewhere, and then is just going to dart into this side room and hide behind this corner, around this corner.
Okay.
For now,
Okay.
and for an action, frap another arrow with drought poison. It worked once, but I'm not actually gonna be
Okay.
able to fire it this time.
Okay. All right.